it for 12. Okay, sit. No tēnā koutou e te whānau. Mia na kia koutou I hono mai. Ke aroha mai mo taku tōmuri. Nā ētahi raru kei roto I ngā roro hiko. Engari kei konei au I ngai nei. Nō reira mihi atu ki ngā whānau I hono mai. Kia ora koutou. This is Ethan Smith coming to you this morning for this game between Carmel and Mana College. Let me firstly introduce myself, seeing as you're going to be listening to my voice for the next few minutes while this game is on. E uri au no tai tokerau. Roa te wā e hikaka nau ki te mahi, tēnei mahi. Love doing this kind of mahi and honoured to be here to call it today. So first up, let's get into the action. And when there's a break like that, I will run through the teams. Carmel College, we've got Jamie Beckett. Number 2, Emily Meal. Eliza Parkinson's number 3. Lily Hall 4. Rowena Tapling 5. Anna Douglas 6. Scarlett Lendrum number 7. Elise Llewellyn number 8. Sophia Railton 9. Ariane Llewellyn 10. Casey Manar 11. And Zahara Tibbetts number 12. And the coach is Jay Moore and manager M. Tibbetts. Back to the action. As the ball is moved about on the Mana side, they get a chance here. Finish strongly. And just a little tap over there. Ki te koutou I tērā haukuru. That's our kupu there for a spike e te whānau. So ia te wā ka rongo I tērā kupu. Whenever you hear that word, haukuru, you'll know it means spike. Moving over to Mana College now, we've got Brooke Chadwick, number 3. Gia Bishop 4. Alawaihi 6. Kaylee Paya, number 7. Back into the action, and that point gained there by number 4, Gia Bishop. Number 7, we've got Kaylee Paya. 8, Million Keelan. 8 is, and then 17, Salem Edmonds, Carlo Ravu, aroha mai, Carlo Ravu, 23, and Millie Crawford, 24. And some beautiful work at the back there by the number 4, Lily Hall, in the libero position for Carmel College. And that one just dipping into te matira, and that is the word I will use for net. So ia te wā ka rongo I te kupu matira. You hear me say matira, that is the net e te whānau. And the coaching squad from Mana College, we've got the coach Mickey Tito and Sarah Bishop, assistant, and then Mo Keeland as well. Nō reira, mihi atu ki ēnei kai tākaro, mihi atu ki o rātou whānau. Just massive shout out to the players on the field, aroha mai, on the court today, and also to their whānau who get them to these games and allow them to be a part of this beautiful sport that they love. And the best thing about it is we've had about 19 courts streamed over the last 3 days, which is gazoodles of hours of volleyball for your viewing pleasure. But it means every whānau, no matter if they're in the top division or the bottom division, everyone gets a chance to tune in and see their tamariki play. So, thanks to our sponsors for making that a possibility. Caltex Nativa, previously New Zealand Carbon Farming, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects Anchor, and Whakaata Māori. Back into the action now we go. Oh, he kaha te patu a tērā kōtiro ki te taha maui. And that one, what's the call? That drops in at the back there. Here's another kupu for our whānau listening. Maui, that is the left. Matau, that is the right. I'll steadily refrain from using te reo Pākehā term, and I'll switch to te reo Māori term, and then I'll switch back later on at about half-time to give you those reminders. And at the moment, we will see the tuku the serve from Carmel College. And that dropping in wonderful work there by the 17 from Mana, Salem Edmonds, to lift that. O he rawe te peke me te haukuru I tērā poi. Now the name of volleyball is Poirewa I roto I te reo Māori. Poirewa, poi being the ball and rewa being up high. You may have heard such a word for those in Tāmaki. Manu rewa, there's the same use. Manu being the bird, rewa up high. Oh, wonderful block there. Carlo Ravu, wonderfully done there. And now she gets the opportunity to follow up that. No, she's going to sub out. And into the game comes Te Nama Waru, number 8, Million Keelan. Oh, wonderful serve. Oh, great work to get it back though. From the back part of the court there. Blockers come in and they push it to that far left-hand back corner. Oh, wonderful work there. Great rallies. Looking for that power strike. And, oh, movement of the ball all over the court. Is it going to finish? Yes, the finishing strike there. I think it was number 2, Emily Neal that time. Plenty of effort put in. And wonderful to see the girls still plenty of smiles on their dials, enjoying this game of Poirewa. And over the back, resetting. And does it fly long? We look to the umpire. Yes, it does fly long this time. Ka rere whakawaho te poi te rawa. That ball has flown beyond the boundary on the far side. So, Carmel with the serving opportunity, places it at the back. Plenty power from the number 24, Millie Crawford. And did she find the space? She did find the space, but a little too long. Aotearoa tērā patu. Ball in hand now. We have Mana with the serve. That was 24, Crawford. And that ball flying long again. Rere whakawaho anō. And as they prepare themselves, they've got their 2 blockers sitting down on that left-hand corner. No, we've got subs coming in. Bit of an L-shaped setup there for the Carmel College girls. And does that one drop in? No, it doesn't. We've had 3 in a row now of those long balls going. And we'll look now for another serve. Carmel, 10 points. Mana, 18. She sets herself up. Oh, powerful drive there. Powerful haukuru. And looking for the open space. And Mana getting underneath that. Returning it. Powerful play. How'd it go? It drops down back onto the Carmel side. And Mana now the opportunity to advance it to 20. A wonderful shot there. And it was in what they called no man's land. No one wanted to step up and take that ball. This is the 4th serve now by Crawford from Mana. She's on a bit of a roll. I imagine if they get another point here, Carmel College coach may just take a little time out. And that flies long, but this time Crawford sticks out the old the old ringa ringa. There's a kupu for you, whānau. Ringa ringa. Hand. Mati mati. Fingers. YY. Feet. All right. Here's a good one to remember it. Whenever you hear the haka done by the All Blacks, YY taka here, that means to stomp your feet. Oh, beautiful work there by, what number was it? Number 9 from Carmel for Sophia Railton Tera. With the lift. Oh, and the short set at the front, popped over by Kaylee. And from the back, was there a finger touch on it? No, there was not. That flies out. Kitataha Maui, the left-hand side, out of bounds. So Carmel now with service. And a beautiful reception there. And returning it with plenty of power to boot. Stepping up now, we have Ella Waihi. And over she goes. Oh, bit of a to and fro there at the net. And that comes up on the side of Mana, but over in the out of bounds area. Ella with a second serve. That one goes long, picked up by, oh, wonderful dive. Can they get it back? I'd be impressed if they do. Yes, they do indeed. Here we go. What have they got? Mana finds the space at the back, and that is a winning shot there by number 7, Kaylee Aroha Mai. Number 4 that was, Gia Bishop. Waihi now with her third serve. And pushes it over to their left-hand side where they've had a bit of success. But this time, they set up enough defence there to combat Bishop's strength on that taha maui. And so it falls down inbounds this time. So 23 plays 13. Carmel with a big mahi to do here to get back. It's given them a straight opportunity. Carmel, and gets up high. Did it come off the hands? No, it did not. Came off the net. And so Mana over to serve now. Papaya tēnei. It looks like just giving the old papa a bit of a whakapai, just tidying up that, making it good again. And there's contest at the net. Number 5 from Carmel getting up high. That's Rowena Tapling Tera. And with that, they're going to go to a timeout. And so shall we. Timeout to call out to our sponsors and say mihi ana kia koutou. Once again, starting from the back to the front, Whakata Māori putting in the mahi to bring these streams to you. And over to that taha matau. And she finds the spot. It wasn't a comfortable spot for the Carmel player there, and so she's unable to return it. Didn't catch the number of who put down that winning shot, but nonetheless, she was from Mana. And out steps number 8, Million Keelan, and on comes Carlo Ravu. Service there now by number 7. And wonderful serve. Carmel unable to deal with that one, and that brings us to the end of the first set. Te Heti Tuatahi. We're going to go for a short break and go and get some liquids. I suggest you do so yourself. E te whānau, cup of tea, cup of coffee. It is 19 minutes past 8 in the morning. Iwa tekau mā iwa miniti pāhi te waru karaka I te ata. Mihi ana ki a koutou. Back into the action we are, and Carmel out the gate for the first point here today. And Mana with a massive smack from number 4 there down to the backcourt, and that with the ricochet off the arm of Ravu heading out the back. Now Mana set to receive, going to the left-hand side, straight into the hands of Edmonds. And unfortunately this time, unable to return that ball. But I saw big smiles on Dials, and that's what it's about, making sure that these young ladies, these wahine, these leaders of the future, are having a good time doing what they're doing out there. Because that's what life's about, e te whānau. Enjoying what we do. Sometimes these young athletes have to feel this pressure and move through it and learn from it. And that's why New Zealand is the awesome place we get to call home. Noreta back to the Kemu, and point again. Carmel out the gate. 5 points in quick succession. And the umpire on that, Taha Maui. So her arms keep rolling, ha! And into the action we go. And just with a little bit of movement there, just catching off young Bishop and ricocheting off Kitataha Maui. And the cross court from the right-hand side back down into the middle, and just dipping before getting to Carmel's number 5, who is tappling. Rowena. Service there by number 6. That flies long. Rere whakawaho, te poro I Aotearoa. And in the hands of the number, Aroha Mike can't see that far, et whanu. Oh, wonderful reaction speed there from number 7, Poirewa. He whanaunga pia ki a Quinn, te kapa, a te tāne I roto I te kapa o Pango. And that return, bang. Wow, good effort there. And they celebrate as they should as it drops down into that far right corner. And there seemed to be a bit of a desert. So the Carmel girls will put their heads together and come up with the solution to that problem. Over to that right-hand side again, getting it nice and solid to the middle. Finding the space through the middle there was number 9, Railton Sophia, with another winner. And the tip, Te Pā Iti. And setting it in the middle, goes to the left-hand side. Cross to the far right. That one goes over. Set themselves up again. They got 3 options. Cross-court slam. And that comes off the hand of number 4 from Mana. Gia Bishop, that is. Oh, wonderful dig there, but also an equally wonderful just tap over the top. Here's a kupu for you, whānau. Pā means to touch. Iti is little, and this is what the term that we're using to describe the tip. As we saw them coming up to the net and just tipping it over the top, we're going to call that a pā iti. You might hear this term when you're listening to the commentary for touch football. Pā futuporo. And over to the left now, tap into the middle. Etahi o ngā pā iti. And down the hey diddle diddle down the middle. And the little tippity tip tap over the net. Finds the open space and they celebrate with gusto. So those not sure where Carmel College is, that's in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland. And for those that geographically don't know where Mana is, it's down in Wellington. There we go, bit of football skills from the Mana player there. Number 4 that was, Bishop. She might have to get herself into the soccer team or the football team, depending on where you come from, pronouncing that. Deft direction with the foot that time. They've got the flying V formation to receive here. Down the middle it goes, picked up by the number 4, that lady again, Gia Bishop. And the set to the right, bam! But the blockers were there and slowed it down sufficiently. And this time the winning shot coming in from number 6 from Mana College, who is Ella Waihi. Ravu again here with the serve, and Mana working hard to keep it in the mix and brought back. What's Carmel got? They send it down. What's the call? No, it has flown long, and so Mana starting to close that lead. Oh, apologies. I thought the hand went this way. It went that way. And Mana now with the opportunity. A long hit over the top by Waihi. Tap over the top. Tetahi Pāiti. And to the far side, Raravu. Down the middle with the slam. And that one into the net. This time by Bishop. So they'll set themselves up to receive a slightly different formation this time. 3 at the back and a little tap over. And big shot over to the other side. They set it up here. Short ball. And this time unable to return it. Waihi having a stab at it but not able to pull it in. So 14 plays 6. Back with you with more action in a minute. Mana, oh, little pop over the top there. Carmel straight down the middle. 2 of them go for it. Oh, wonderful work there by Waihi to pull that back. Down the middle again. Powerful. Waihi with a little tippity tap. And that one, this time, steps over the side. And that whānau is the second winner for Ella. Talking about Ella, the rain outside in Auckland here. And I'm not sure about across the country, but luckily this is an indoor sport. So people are going to be out with their umbrellas today. Sorry about those dad jokes, E Te Whānau. I know it's early on a Thursday morning, but bear with me. We're trying to bring the flavour. Not that there isn't enough flavour on the court at the moment with all the spicy shots going in. But with the ice comes the spice, and it drops in. No ice applied. The spice sticks and it drops in that back part of the court for Carmel to move to 15 points. Mana, 7. Oh, wonderful shot, but an equally wonderful dig there at the back. Overran, out. Now Aroha to the team from Carmel. Because they're on the opposite side, the numbers are a little bit harder to distinguish, but I'm giving it my best, E Te Whānau. Now with the service, we have number 6. Waihi, that is. And some great all-around effort. Not just falling short there. The shot by, I think it was Zahara Tibbets that time. And they set themselves up to receive. Waihi now with her 5th serve of the game. A wonderful dive there by Ravu, but unable to get underneath it enough to give it that little lift that was necessary. Down the middle she goes. Over to Kitataha Matau with the high set. And this time the ball dropping. Mana trying to even up these stats. Now Kylie Paia with ball in hand for the serve. She goes down the middle, received by the libero there. And a wonderful shot. I think it was number 5 from Carmel, Rowena Tapling. Getting nice and low, and the little tip over the top. Carmel now with the chance to set it up. And the little Pāiti anō. But this time, ki mai te kaiwawau, ka pā atu a etahi o ngā wahine no Carmel ki te mātira. Tibbetts up with the set. Over to that left-hand side. And a little tap again. And there wasn't enough mana in the shot from Carmel to get it back over, but Mana takes the point on this occasion. So step into the line. Mana's number 7. Higher. And that one flying beyond the outside boundary at the back there. Salem Edmonds with the serve, sorry. Tō rātou Makaweroa. Huna ana i ngā nama. And how does that fall? That goes long. And so Carmel breaks that 20-point mark now. Rua tekau ki te tekau mā toru. Here we go, whānau, there's our counting for us. Once we get to 20, it becomes Rua tekau and Mana tekau mā toru. It's a 10 and a 3, tekau mā toru. Pushing it over and off the ricochet over to Te Taha Matau. So, what do we have? We've got the big T. Now, if you're at school these days, we get the big T when the kids are in the classroom. They want to go to the toilet. They give the big T to the teacher so they don't have to ask and interrupt the class. But in this context, it means we're taking a timeout, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Be back in a moment. Over to the far left there, stretching out. And wonderful placement by the number 6, I think it was, from Carmel. Her name, Anna Douglas. Well done, Anna. Down the middle it flies. And cross-court slam from Bishop. Not dipping in time, and so the corner referee or umpire goes and collects the ball, ready again, and just as she was about to unload that powerful serve, a ball comes along. Down the middle that goes, received by Waihi. Little tap on the finger, that'll be part of the block, won't be counted as a touch. And this time the tip dropping onto the side of Mana. This will take us to set point. evening up the sets if Carmel can manage it. And it looks like they have, and they throw their hands up in jubilation. E te whānau, that brings us to the end of the second set. We'll be back with more, but before we do, let's give you those sponsors again, who without them we wouldn't be here. Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects, and Anchor. Not forgetting Whaka Ta Māori. And we're back into this game between Carmel and Mana. And that one popping to the outside, and the show of jubilation on the face of Alawaihi. Something to mention. He rawe tērā kuru. Oh, no, rawe te ruku. Oh, off the shoulder. Oh, the little pop, unable to drop there. Tibbetts giving it her best. And had it been executed, it would have. But absolutely the shot to play, she read it. She saw the space available there. Into the game come. No, couldn't catch the numbers, sorry, to find it. It might have been Jamie Beckett, number 1. There she is there with the set over the back of the head. Powerful cross court and wonderful work to try and lift it. But that's another winner. The second winner from the number 5 there from Carmel College, Rowena Tapling. And that time just dipping into the matira, or the net. And now service from, it was Waihi. She's the go-to server in the Mana side. Carmel now with the serve. Nice and high. Oh! Give each other a pat on the back there. Ravu and Crawford. And that was in that no man's land we talked about previously. Oh, just gives it a good whack, and it just drops. Oh, beautiful serve again. And this time the ball dropping out. They thought it dropped in. They were adamant, but wasn't to be. As they set up their receiving formation, the Carmel girls received there by Lily Hall. And the block coming in. And this time, Mana getting the point. So almost opposite to the last set, where Carmel broke out early for plenty of points. Over the back of the head, the reverse set. And the two blockers, Ravu and... No, she's called... If I can read... Captain has a corridor. Just having a bit of a corridor. And but try and read the body language. And we'll continue. Carmel now 5 plays 6. And that one spiraling off to the right hand side, and jubilation seen on the faces of Tai Tama Wahine o Carmel. Oh, trying to get low there, but falling short. So Carmel extending the lead now, 7 points to 6. Oh, wonderful Haukuru on that left-hand side, but an equally special Haukuru from the number 6, Anna Douglas. That's her second powerful winner. And that one falling just outside off the hands of Mana. And now they've got a streak of about 6 points after being down by 3, pushing ahead now to 9. And that time, having a look at it, and rightly so, timeout is called to try and refocus. So stay with us, Etefano. Go grab yourself a sip of your cup of tea that you made before, and I'll go grab mine. Tēnā koutou. very quick timeout there. Just get the message through quickly. Te kau ki te ono, te tatauranga I naini. And this time, the ball falling back the way of Carmel College. And it's about percentages. The more times you can put up those shots with power on the back of them, the higher likeliness is that you're going to get the result that you're after. And there it is. They've given Mana another opportunity. And Mana, instead of setting, she just pushes it over there. That's Millie Crawford, that was, to find the empty space there. And Millie nearly getting a new helmet from her mate there. And often just, you know, making those little changes to not make those little mistakes can make all the difference. And that ball dropping, and across came the number 6, I think it was, Waihi, for that smash. No, it was 4 actually, Bishop. And then the ricochet off the beautiful block there, I think it was 7, Lendrum. And good decision there, the screen to go for it. Now the pressure is applied with a 4-point lead here. Carmel with the serve. Radravu finds the way over those blockers. Oh, wonderful block there. Did it drop in? No, it did not. So 14 points, plays 8 now. 6-point lead, the biggest of the match. Long one down. They still take it over to this right-hand side. The dependable hands of Poirewa. And Poirewa again, a powerful stroke to finish that point. Over to this right-hand side. Oh, it just drifted a little bit too far for the outstretched hands of Emily Meal. And she had to stop and retreat. Did that drop in? No, it did not. So very quickly they're going to try and get themselves ahead. 14 points to 11 now. 14 points to 12. They're turning it around real quick, and she's running because she knows it could be short of time. Again, over to that right-hand side and just slams it. Good communication there to leave one person to take that. And what's the call? Ask the question of the Kaiwa. And the key point here is stay composed for both teams. That drops down to the back there. Again, those little movements to let them know what's happening early. Carmel, same space again, but they work out the communication on this one. Over to that right, Tahamatau, beautifully found there, but the ricochet goes straight back to the Matira. Te Tūrapa, there's a rebound. So Kupu, Tūrapa, rebound. And so Carmel looking to extend the lead to 18 points if they can make this serve. Mana's going to be doing their darndest. And a little bit casual perhaps on that occasion from Mana. They're going to look to roll in a new sub. Fresh pair of legs. Out goes number 6. Douglas, in comes, I think it's Parkinson, Eliza. And that time, the ball dropping low, 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 low. So Radravu now trying to turn the tide for their team. Drifting to the right, floater. And this time the ball in no man's land again. Everyone, there was 4 bodies that all went for it. And simultaneously they stopped. And over to that far right corner. That brings us to the conclusion of this game. Carmel coming out on top, 19 points to 12. Thank you very much for joining us, E Te Whānau. It's been my pleasure to call the game, and we'll be on to the next game very shortly. Have an amazing day.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahune. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
drops it over the top, not too much power on it. And the slam coming in, having to go. And that's dropped down low and ricocheted out to that left-hand side, to MΑORI. And was it a good lead? Indeed it was. So Wellington now with a chance at service in the hands of, let me catch the number there. And there we go, back into it. Oh my goodness. So Wellington girls now with the opportunity to get into it and get the serve going. Tip over, he pāiti tēnā. And he pāiti anō, and she finds the open ground in the back of those two defenders at the front. And we see a massive dive from the court next door. Ooh-wee. Feel like she slid about 57 metres there. Good service there to that left-hand side. Received well. Blockers go up from the Wellington girls team. Over the top she goes. Oh, wow. Yes. Found that, controlled it, and popped it back over to the Christchurch side. What have they got in response? Not too much spice on that return. Christchurch with service this time. Oh, to that far left corner. Had to make a hustle for it. And that pops high and drops just over the net. Te Matira. Number 9 now with ball in hand. And she steps into that far left corner. That goes down the middle, well received by the Christchurch girl there. And good attempt to try and she does just that. And unfortunately the timing on that third shot not quite as accurate as she would have hoped. And out of the game steps two players from Christchurch into the game, 21. And here's a request from the commentators to the managers. If we could have big numbers on the fronts and the backs, then we can see from these camera angles who's who, and we can call it appropriately. At the moment, Wellington, for instance, has a black number on a dark blue, and that makes it also quite difficult to see. So that would be appreciated on my part. Then I can call it much more easily for the whānau at home to know who's who in the zoo. Oh, wonderful effort there by the young Wellington wahine. But an equally wonderful effort in the haukuru or spike there from Christchurch, ngā wahine o Tautahi. And the big dive over to that side. And timeout call. 9 plays 9. O Tautahi kia Poneke. Oh, wonderful work there by both sides to keep the ball alive. This time it falling to the benefit of wahine o Tautahi. Lovely dig, but going straight over and giving the opportunity now to Christchurch. Wellington. Oh, wonderful pop over the top there. And the find by the young lady at the front there. Can't get a number 21, I think it is. Wellington this time. Oh, great shot there from the Wellington girls player, but it's gone a little bit too long, so and that one there flies down and out. Right, we've got our team list here. So Christchurch Girls High School, we've got Zara De Vere, Isla Ryan, Hope Hearn, Alana Park, Atunduanga, Aroha mai, Zara Hunter, Tusi Rupena, Michelle O'Lala, Lily Porter, Ella Lomax, Lila Cowan, Henrietta Cairns, and coach Spencer Lindsay, Mark Norton, De Vere Steph. And from the Wellington girls, we have Taylor Chin, Alexandra Villavicencio, Amy Cherry, Jess Haldane, Eva Kant, Gia Rangitonga, Belle Tankersley, Cassie Whitmore, Lucy Dunning, Bianca Billions, Zen Lele, and coaching staff, assistant manager Daniela Hardwick, assistant coach Isabella Le Manuto, coach Larry Le Manuto, and manager is Larry, and coach Vince Sue. We've just got that through. Unfortunately, the process is a little bit developing. We haven't had to do this many courts before, and often if those numbers of those players aren't given at the start of the tournament, we're often chasing those numbers as the late changes come in. So we're here now, 19 points to 14, and I can start telling you who's who in front of us here, if I can see the numbers, that is. As an example, our young lady right at the front there, here in the way, but I see it's number 2, so that would be Taylor Chin from Wellington Girls. Oh, beautiful dig there. What have they got to finish? A little bit beyond the arms of the young lady there on the left-hand side. From Wellington, Zen Lele perhaps, and she goes and pops it over the top there, going over there, picked up by Chin, and a wonderful find there by, still can't catch the number there, I think it was 9, Amy Cherry perhaps, we'll probably see after the serve is enacted. And through the middle it goes. Good dive by Taylor to try and lift it back up. Rua te kau ki te kau mā whitu te tatauranga I nai nei. Quickly switching sides. Chin and Cherry. Down there to Cherry, receives the set up and the shot, soft hands over the top. Blockers go up for the attempt. And celebrations aplenty. Bianca Billions and Etfano. If I'm not pronouncing any of those names correctly, please do send through those corrections to me at Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram, or if you just want to follow the life of a commentator doing volleyball, you're more than welcome to also, or just send me the message and let me know who it is you'd like to give a shout out to. Tell us a little bit about each of these teams. We don't really get a history of each team, so we got some good info coming through yesterday from Te Kaupata whānau members telling us about the team, and that was awesome to be able to share how long they'd been together, all of those details. So feels free to chuck that through. Ethan Smith NZ, ETHANSMITHNZ. Tēnā koutou I te whānau. And with that, I'll say a thank you to our sponsors, Massive mihi to them, because without them I wouldn't be here, because they make this stuff happen for us. They bring us these cameras. 19 courts in total. Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects, Anchor, and Whakaata Māori. Oh, 3 of them going for it. Yeah, lovely dive. Can they pull it back? Yes. And get it over this time? No, not this time. So Christchurch girls bringing it back. 20 points to 21. Ooh. Going for a timeout. I might do that myself. Right after we go through a few of the winners from the last few years from the girls division. There was a link put up onto the New Zealand Volleyball Championships earlier, and it has all of that information. Obviously, thank you to the cameras out there today providing the stream. Thank you to our organising committee pulling this tournament together. Just trying to find some information about how long this competition's been running for, but a little bit harder to find. And wonderful shot there. Quick scramble. Oh, lovely quick scramble again there. Gets a hand to it, elevates it, but it's in the opposite direction to where they were after it. Oh, wonderful dive there. And over it goes. And thank you to Rodette. The name is Bianca Bilionis. Kia ora. And that is exactly why we have the technology we have at our fingertips. And it's not my want to get any of these whānau names wrong. I'm giving it my best, and if you can, as Rodette has sent through on Instagram, she said, hey, this is how we say it. We get it right, then every time we say Biliones, we know. Interesting to find out the whakapapa of those ingoa. Italian, perhaps. Popping that over the top. Goes, and there is a bit of a fight at the net, and it comes down on the side of the Christchurch girls. Timeout called. And back into the action we go. There we go, whānau. And we have another one coming in. Alana Atunduanga. There we go. So thank you very much for sending that through, Catalina. Appreciate it very much. And I tell you, if I could see their numbers more clearly, I would be calling them more often. And that's straight down to, oh wow. Some quick thinking there by the kōtiro from Ōtautahi to just give it a quick tap down to Te Papa. And going up, and again, the big defensive lineup. I think it was 13 there. No, it can't have been 13. I don't have a 13. Yes, Isla Ryan right in the middle. Putting up the hands and shutting that play down. Now, we have called a Christchurch girls game on Monday, I think it was. This time, Christchurch girls taking the first set. Etefano, it is 9:29. We'll be back with the second set momentarily.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what Nativa are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forests so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
And opening serve there by the young wahine from Christchurch. And mihi atu kia Catalina, sending through that whakamarama. Mo te ingoa, o te nama te kaumātahi. Oh, look at that, just drops over, rolls like a grind on the top of the net. In the skateboard terminology, that is. And Wellington with a solid hit from the right-hand side. And as we were saying, the Spanish last name, Atunduanga, Spanish heritage, good to hear. We've got the mix from all over the place here in Aotearoa. And fantastic to have all of our whānau here tuning in today. There's plenty of feedback. It's great to have. It knows that we're not sitting out here talking to ourselves. And replay ball as the neighbouring ball comes in to the play. I love seeing the little handshakes that all the different players have. Seen quite a good selection over the last few days. Cross. And the block coming up. And wonderful work there by Wellington girls to strike that solidly over to the other side. And shout out to Alex from the Wellington girls team. Alessandra. We will remember that one. Oh, wonderful pop there. And again, just finding its way into no man's land, that little area that is perfectly placed between multiple players where everyone thinks someone else has got it and then nobody's got it. And good work there, but the Kaiwawao at Aikiaia, she used her hand to lift that one as opposed to hit it. And that's what you see when the referee lifts her hand like that. It's not signifying the rise of the petrol prices. No siree. Trying to get up there was young Lele. Oh, did she get it over? Did she what? Belle Tankersley, I think that was, at the front there. She's been doing plenty mahi up the front, and this time it drops down. No, in fact, it's dropped on back onto her side. Aroha mai. Oh, wonderful shot there, down to the back. Well taken by the Christchurch girls. And does that drop in? It does indeed. The cross court from right to left as we see it on screen here. Couldn't tell you what number that was, Aroha mai whānau. It's in dark numbers on a dark background. Not always easy to see. As the set comes up. And through fortuitous circumstances, it just seems to roll. I think that might be Isla Ryan, 13 at the front of the net there. She goes to whack it and then it just rolls seemingly untouched over to the other side. With a bit of positive flow now, and understandably timeout called by Wellington girls. Good call by the coach there, because we know that at times when the momentum shifts in the direction of one team, there has to be a flow stopper. Now, what I know is, having watched plenty of sports in my days, I have a son playing at the tournament at the moment, which I would love to be down there to watch his games, but hey, sometimes having the time to go and watch your kids and paying the bills is not always something that we're all able to do. So miha tu ki koen takutama me tōna tima no Ururoto. And now we prepare for a new player to step onto the court. Get a look at the number. No, she's going to stay square to us. That's all right. Just shout out to her and her whānau getting along to watch today, and all the other mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers tuning in to support their team. The aroha is felt flowing from far away, and that time Zen not being able to find just off to the left-hand side to Taha Maui o Tērā Rārangi. And was it the right call? Yes, this time. They look at it and they watch it flow to the outside zone there. Et whānau, here's a couple of kupu for you. Peke is to jump. Ruku is to dive. Here we go. And there we have a ruku right there from the number 24, I think it was, Lolala. And wonderful work there. Zen there. Oh, wonderful block going up, but this time ka taka te tūrapa ki waho I te papatakaro. That rebound off into out of bounds zone. Here we go, there's a few fingers behind players setting up what's going to happen next, perhaps signifying someone to serve to. And into the action we go. Zen here with the set back to the middle. Some quick hands goes to the far side. Strong defense from the middle. Zen again pops it over to that right-hand side. Down the middle goes Ryan. And some tall timber right in the middle. Zen back in the action again. And this time, unfortunately, Taylor unable to find the correct open position on the opposition side. And it falls out of bounds. Kei a Poneke i nāne a kataka te poro ki roto I te papatakaro no reira. Wai mari e a te whanganui atara. Ka tai atu a te nama te kaumātahi ko Jess Haldane tērā. Ko ai I tau mai ko Bell Tankersley tērā ki te tuku I te poro. That's our that's our term for service, or serve, tuku. Long hit over there, bringing it under control to the far left-hand side this time. And that young lady from Wellington has done that a number of times, and she continues to do it now. I can't quite get the number 16 there, that's Eva Kant. Well, in this instance, she is able to achieve the shot that she was after. A wonderful work there by Zen. And the coach, I can hear him cursing because he's saying use the whole 3 shots to prepare yourselves. And good work there by Zen Lele that time, getting it back. And as Bell, with that ball, a little tap over to the open space, she looks up, sees what was in front of her, and aims directly and finds her target. I think that was number 23, maybe. Zara Hunt, I think it was. And popping it over. Well received at the net, a bit of a battle. Nice dive there by Taylor. Coming in from the right, but well received there by... And celebrations aplenty from the girls. Step into the service line. Sorry, didn't get the number there. Winning shot there, I think, was Amy Cherry, sorry, from Poneke, Wellington. Oh, fantastic haukuru spike there from the young lady from Ōtautahi. Tai mai e rua o ngā kaitakaro hou. Oh, wonderful work there, just with the tūrapa off the outstretched arms of Wahine o Tautahi. Tūrapa being rebound. And here's another kupu for you, e te whānau. Hou, spelled H-O-U, and that means new. Tērā tō kupu hō, your new word for the day. Oh, wonderful pancake there. Those asking what's a pancake? It's when the hand gets slapped on the ground to prevent the ball hitting the surface. And that is exactly what we saw there. And down to the back of the court. Set up to the far side. There's that go-to lady again. But Christchurch able to get it back. This time putting it long and high, making it difficult for them to set up. And into the net it goes. Ki te mātira, ka tau te pōro. Tankersley, I think it is, 21 with the ball in hand now. No, aroha mai. And the paku kōrero, te kāpene. And with that, there's another kupu for you, whānau. Paku. Paku meaning small. Often you'll hear toilets referred to as the whare paku, which actually means the small house. In times of old, that's exactly where they were, outside the main house, in a small house. Whare paku. Oh, love it. Love the little celebrations there. And the handshakes of doom. Gee, some of them will go for about 3 hours long. It's a real commitment to the relationship to remember that one. Oh, wonderful shot down that right-hand side. Te taha matau. Ka ruku a Eva Kant for that. Low fives all around there. The 25 right in the middle of our screen from Wellington. That is Cassie Whitmore. Great work by Gia Rangitonga there, the number 19. Long ball received there again. Two ladies going for it from the Wellington side. They'll reorganise, reshuffle, and asked her to get touched the net. Did she touch the net? And was hoping that it didn't happen, but according to the referees, it did. And into the game comes 27 from Wellington. That is Lucy Dunning. And Lucy receives that one there. Short ball coming in. Smashed over the top by Tankersley. And reset. Oh, wonderful shot there, but it looks like there was a foot under the net or touching of the net by the Kōtiro no o Tautahi. Ināi nei, ka tuku te kōtiro o Poneke, te whanganui atara, I te pōro, ināi nei. Tautahi now. And that ball drops in at the back. It's often a difficult one to call. You have to very quickly judge the speed at which the ball's moving and its angle of trajectory. And diving low there, the young lady from Poneke. Oh, diving again, but this time the ball seemingly hitting the ground before getting in there. And that brings us to a timeout. 18 points, plays 15. Christchurch girls up by 3 at the moment. Now, whānau, as you're watching this game today, you might hear me saying Poneke and Te Whanganui Ātara. So Te Whanganui is meaning the harbour of Tara. So the large harbour, Whanganui, Whanga being a harbour. And Tara is the tupuna from there. But when our whānau arrived from Europe, they set up a port in Wellington. And that port was called Port Nicholas. And so the Māori name for that area where Port Nicholas was Porneke, hence the name. So that's the history lesson you didn't know you were going to get at a volleyball game, but there it is. That's what happens when you work all over the place in media for a few years. You hear a few stories. So Wellington girls now 16 points. You try their best to close up this gap. Probably not too much time left on the clock, and they're going to want to need to win this set. And as that ball flies beyond the baseline, Wellington prepare again. You're going to need 5 points in quick succession. 8 points, sorry, Whānau, to get to that 25, to even up the sets. Oh, did that go long? Was there a touch? And they've said it's dropped in there. And I think the important part after a very close call like that is to refocus the team's energy and come at it from a fresh slate, because sometimes those little things like that can play mind games and set our young people off. But straight back into the action we go. How did that rebound go? It comes down on the side, inside on the Wellington side, and so Christchurch extending that to a 2-point lead again. Probably not too far away from the end of the game. It is a timed match, so whomever is ahead at the conclusion of the time smashed down there by 24, I think it was. Misha Laulala. Down the middle it goes. Just dropping short of Taylor Chin there. 22 points. And like we said, that moment of very close call has done exactly that. The elation that may have happened before, but by all means it takes but a moment to switch that. And that might just be what they needed. To switch on again. A little bit of luck of the draw as that floats out over the side. Oh, wonderful little jab there. And this time the ball flying out ki te taha Maui. The left-hand side, Maui. And if you already understand te reo, then aroha atu ki a koutou. Taku mahi nui. Whakaako i ngā tāngata kāri e tino mōhio ki tō tātou reo. No reira, kia aroha mai. 24 plays 18. Now, it's not impossible, but I haven't seen it often happen coming back from with 1 point, needing 7. But today could be the day. Let's see it now. Coming over to the right. Big block coming in, and it falls down on the side of Christchurch girls. That was Misha Laulala, I think the captain of that Christchurch team. And with that, we'll take a short break, E Te Whānau. Thanks also to our sponsors for helping to bring us this coverage. Caltex, if you can support any of these businesses, we would be appreciative so we can keep on bringing you this coverage. That's Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Polo Projects, and Anchor, along with Whakaata Māori. here for the third set, sorry, Whane. Yeah, we've had a few dropouts here, and that's due to the environmental conditions down there in the stadium. It's dropped down off a number of courts, but we're back into it now. And here, for your viewing pleasure. It's always tough when you know you're 2 sets down. Almost very difficult to come back. But I think through the tenacity and determination, the girls have to just stick with it and try and get as much learning as they can out of these last points, even though they probably don't feel like at times being there. Just got to stick to it and learn as they can. And there's a bit of catch-up volleyball happening there. And this time, maybe just a little bit of, after 4 days and a lot of playing, energy levels perhaps starting to wane. Probably not often that they have to play in tournaments of this length and for the durations that they're playing at. So massive mihi to all of the young ladies and men down at the competition in Palmerston North at the moment. And there we have the hooter to bring us to the end of the game. Thank you for joining us for this game between Christchurch Girls High School and Wellington Girls College. Now stay tuned, we'll have more games coming up for you after this. Kia ora tātou.
Ko tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I nā e nei. I raro I ngā waiwai o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te marike kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te MΑORI. Nā reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
And then today I'm like, oh, I'm putting the hours. Because I just need something. I'm going to help Rosie with 7 and 8 team games, but I'll still do your team games. Sweet, thank you.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā rau, rangatira mā, tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, piki mai, haere mai ki tēnei pāpāhotanga a whakaata Māori kia koutou, ngā whānau, ngā hoa, me ngā kaitautoko o ēnei tīma. Welcome in today, e te whānau. We're bringing you the coverage here on Court 13 for this, the matchup between Rangiruru Girls School and Trinity Catholic College. Now, this is the fourth game today on Court 13, and going through our team list now, from Rangiruru Girls School we have Georgia McMillan, Zara McDonald, Amelia Watson, Piper Erardis, Eliza McDonald, Hannah Harper, Lucy Derry, Zoe Willis, Mila Petty, Maggie Arbage. And from Trinity Catholic College we've got Nyam Higgins, Billy Fraser, Molly Kirk, Paige Clark, Chelsea Jarvie, Maddie Newson, Harper Bannister, Harper Clark, and Phil Ryan. So if I didn't pronounce any of those names in the correct manner, aroha mai. Send those corrections through to me at Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram, and I can make sure we get those pronunciations correct. Coaching the Rangiruru Girls School, we've got Samantha Cording, and helping out there is Savannah Laws. And from Trinity College, Trinity Catholic College, we've got Vanessa Clark and Iosefo Sefo. Nō reira, mihi ana kia koutou, I hono mai, thank you for joining us. Straight out the gate, we've got Trinity Catholic College on 2 points. Service there by the Catholic Girls School there. And unfortunately, I don't have number 15's name. So if you have that name, please do send it through to me. We want to give them the mana they deserve, working their way all the way to this point in the competition. Wonderful shot there, just tip over the blocker te kai ārai no Rangiruru, ko Mila Petty tērā. Number 9 with the serve, Newson. Getting nice and low on that dig, and Newson again clearing it. Not too much pressure put on, bit of a easy return with a shot there from the number 10, Harper Bannister, travelling a little bit long, and into the game comes number 20. We don't have number 20's name on our list either, so if you could let us know who that is, that'll be amazing. Number 7 that time with a quick push to the net, Paige Clark that is. Looking now for service from Rangiruru. Very fast start to the game. Points coming thick and fast. And they return it there. And well received there by Trinity College. And right out on the other court, but they managed to get it back. The set coming onto their left-hand side, and a dive there. It's anyone's game up in near the net. As they go high, that one flies into the net. And number 5 from Rangiruru, Eliza McDonald, probably hoping next time to get it fractionally higher and clear that matira, the net. Ki te taha matau I tērā wā, that's the right hand side I te whānau. As we're viewing throughout the game, I'll chuck in a few kupu or words for our whānau at home that hopefully they can take away from this game and start using in their everyday lives. First one is tuku, there it is, serve from the number 10, Bannister. And that floating out after the tūrapa or rebound from the arms of the girls at the front there. And stepping onto the court now we have number 5, Billy Fraser. And stepping off, Harper Bannister. Let's see what energy injection Fraser can bring. Over to that far right. Well found and given back without too much intensity on the ball. And Trinity doing the same thing. Not really making full use of their 3 shots that time. Fraser with plenty of mustard on that ham. Smashes it down to the back, but not falling in the bounds of play. So Rangiruru with the ball. Oh, just a quick little try to tap it over the Matira. Unsuccessful on that occasion. And they'll set themselves up to receive again with their little L formation we see there. And that one wisely left to fall beyond the baseline. Nō reira I naini. Kei roto I ngā ringa a Trinity College. Ki te tuku. Ka tuku kei Wainganui. And there's another kupu for us, adding in there Wainganui in the middle. So today we've had a couple of games on court 13 that we have commentated. Carmel coming up over Mana College, Christchurch Girls coming up over Wellington. Unsure who took out the competition game between Manurewa and New Plymouth. And on court 14, Orewa over Papamoa, Hastings Girls over Nelson. Long down the middle, Paturoa, a long hit. And back to this right-hand side. And in volleyball, what I've come to recognize is sometimes when it's right in between 2 players, they rely on the other person taking the responsibility of gathering it. But someone has to take it, and hopefully that mistake will only be made the once. And from the back part of the court, slammed down there. But equal amount of spice on that shot by the number 15 from Trinity College. And like I said, I don't have 15's number, so name, sorry. So if you want to send that through, Tukuna Mai, Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram. Service there by Higgins. Now, pronunciation of number 4's name. Her first name is Niamh. And I'm going to go with Niam. Now, if that's not quite on the mark, send that voice message through and let me know, because I am not a fan of getting people's names incorrect. Tukuna mai e hoama. And the other games on the girls' side, court 3, St. Margaret's College over Nayland, Whakatane over Trident, and on court 4, Rangitoto over Westlake Girls and Western Heights over Waimea. Great serve there. Mai I te nama ono, ko Molly Kirk tēnā. And she prepares herself now to try and extend that 1-point lead that they have. And through the power of that serve, it flies out to the other court, and they're waiting for the return of the ball. Now, those tuning in are wondering where some of these places are. Trinity Catholic College, that's in Dunedin. School's founded in 1989 as the ultimate success of several secondary schools and one primary school. Here we go. And Rangiruru reveals the school's founded in 1889 and is in the inner suburb of Christchurch of Maryvale. And they go all the way out of our frame there. Not quite sure what happened there, but we didn't see the ball return, so safe to say that it was out. And now Rangiruru with the ball in hand. Ki te tuku. Maka te poro. Tōna hoa a te nama iwa. O he rawe te tuku te patu poto. And that ball, the natural reaction when the ball is coming for the face is to try and avoid getting hit in the face, and so leaning back, whereas what was needed was just to sit and hold position and let it bounce off to come back to her players in front of her. But self-reflection is an amazing thing, and hopefully fantastic work there by, I think it was the number 9 from Trinity, Maddie Newson. Te kaiako, ka tukuna e tahi kōrero aki kia rātou. Some words of wisdom coming in there from the coach of Trinity. And a wonderful position to see that ball fly down that left-hand line. Didn't quite catch the number. I think it might have been 11. Mila Petty. Cross to the far left. Ki te taha Maui. Kei Trinity College. Te poro i naini. Nā te mea kua whiwhi tērā piro. They gained that point. Kua whiwhi. Up and up she goes, and across the court it flies within the bounds of the playing area, and so the ball goes over to the far side. New player number 7, Lucy Derry, coming into the middle of the Rangiruru squad's lineup. And that one flying in. They chose to leave it that occasion. As they set themselves up to receive. And a bit of miscomms. And some quick points being accumulated by Rangiruru now. Down the middle to the number 15 there, still waiting on her name from Whānau to send that through. And easily taken there, and back on the inside, saying the net was touched. So they'll reassess, and Rangiruru with the serve again, down the middle, kei Wainganui, but this time ka tau te poro ki te mātira, the net in the middle, and so Trinity College to serve from Bannister. Over to the right. And did it drop in? It did indeed. Well weighted shot there. And into the game comes the number 5, Billy Fraser for Harper, Bannister. And down to that middle position again. Lovely set. And block is going up nice and strong. And they celebrate the number 6 and 4 there, Higgins and Kirk, combining together in a great team effort to thwart that attack. Long way out. They're going to work to get it back, and they have done just that, but it's going to give Trinity a chance to set up something special, but fortunately just a misguided set there. And that ball flying down the right-hand side of the defensive blockers to find the open court. And number 2 with ball in hand, Zara McDonald now. Ready to serve. And the ball comes in. Easily returned. So that gives a chance. And both ways, not really putting too much pressure on the shot. That's a better shot there from the middle attacker. This time, who's it going to? That far side. And wonderful work. Who's going to make it? The libero from Trinity. And that is an amazing rally. Best one we've seen in the game so far. Fresh legs into the game come Maddie Newson, trying to inject some energy into the attack of Trinity. And dropping over Te Taha Maui. And back into the mix comes number 20. Down the middle it goes. Setting now. That one flying long. Out to the left. Popping over the top there. And beautiful find by the number 15 there. Score at the moment, 23-18. Substitute coming in again, and that is Bannister back in, joining the party again. Up and over to the right, and wow, that player, I think it was 5, Eliza McDonald, plenty of power in the punch on that Hokuru, the spike. This time, trying their best to return it. And that, it looks like, is going to take us to the end of the first set. Stay with us, whānau. Shortly, we'll be back with more action in the second set. Kia ora koutou. And back into the action here. The service from Chelsea Javi. Dropping low. So in the hands of Eliza McDonald now, who previously has smashed some brilliant shots, and that one straight down the middle to the libero. And pushing over the top of the two Kaiarai blockers. And the call is made by the left-hand umpire. Some infraction there. So heading back. Set in the middle to that far left side. And nicely taken at the back there. And we saw that beautifully from this angle. And well done to get it back again. Done by the Trinity girls. Pushing it over for a simple receive. And the short, sharp response comes in. Who was it? Set by Kirk and finished by Newson. Well worked play there. And that one and that's one of those fortuitous drops that you hope goes your way and not against you. And the person who served it would have said, I played for that exactly. And there's that power shot again. Ricochet says that it's out by the Trinity girls. Beautiful shot coming in again from, I think it was number 2 that time, Zara McDonald. Very similar look to the girls, obviously sisters. Down to the far end it goes. And stepping in, we have number 4, Higgins. And libero also stepping in on the Rangi Ruru Girls School side. Cross to the to the middle, sorry, and just popped over easily. Trinity now with the chance to set. They choose to take a quick one. And perhaps, in hindsight, may have used that to set again. Engari, it is what it is, and they carry on and push through. 4-4 it is at the moment, the score. Coming through now, that second and third shot, not really an attacking shot, so to speak. And often that is the result. You give it back too easily, it gives the opposition plenty of time to set up all of their players, because they're not scrambling as they would be if you send an attacking shot their way. This time over to the left. And they come up with the goodies this time. Paige Clark with that final hit. And off steps Chelsea and on steps Harper. Served from way back there by Kirk. Molly, that is. And she's happy with that result because she gets another go at it. 6 points place for Rangiruru, up 1 set at the moment. Hope everyone's staying safe out there. She's a windy and stormy day out and about. And a little tap there going the way of Trinity Catholic College. As Trinity sends it down the middle. And was there a two-upper, a rebound? Yes, off the arms of the Trinity players. So, Rangiruru back at it. And they all give good chase. Almost the whole team goes off the court. And for those wondering, Rangiruru, now where did that name come from? And it was gifted by Ngaitahu leader Paura Taki. It represents a place for hospitality and generosity. And that is shelter from the wide sky, or beneath the wide sky. Rangiruru. Kei roto I te taone o tautahi te rākura. Down the middle, and perfect placement to see that barrel down from that taha matau. There's the right side, taha matau. Straight down to the awaiting Paige Clark, and due to the power impressed upon that ball, was unable to be redirected to her teammates. Here we have number 5 bringing the dig from the middle and right to left, and the subtle touch of number 5, I think it was. Yes. Eliza McDowell just pushing it through to the open space. And again, difficult pass in the first instance. This time, hopefully, yes, better find and getting up. Oh, lovely work by the libero there. Lucky she had the knee pads on. Made good use of it. The short, sharp set there. Not successful on that occasion. And there is that young lady again, Eliza McDowell, making full use of the power that has been gifted to her. And the Rangiruru team are certainly taking advantage of the strength of that side player. From the middle at the back, wonderful shot there, Paige Clark that time. And that one coming off the antenna. So, like all humans, fatigue is real. Now if you keep going to the same person every single time, after this long competition, 4th day here, no doubt played other games today, there's going to start to be some fatigue coming into the arms and legs, knees, ankles, all of this jumping and jarring. So to remember, recovery is king. And that one going long way out. And wow, impressive piece of work there off the left hand, just managing to guide it back inside. I'm just trying to catch the number. That was the number 11, Mila Petty, that time, with the outstretched arm to the left. Service now dropping low. And seemingly too easy, Hannah Harper puts that down. So the girls reconvening from Trinity, finding out what is it they need to do to compensate for that. And unfortunately, that one up high, taken on the forearms. And the girls get around her and say, "It's okay, mate. We've been there before." That one coming straight down the middle. Now, how far's it gone? It's gone too far this time. And that is testament to the serving of that same lady, Eliza McDonald. Plenty of power in the hands, and probably a good, wise choice by the coach there. Go for a bit of a sit down, have some positive words going their way, redirect the energy, and back into it. And we'll be back into it right after this breather. Long stroke going in there and finding what it needed to find. Coach coming in, giving a bit of tuition. Right below the camera now. Oh, awesome effort shown there by the number 15. Lovely dig there and out to this left-hand side, and we just saw a little bit of confusion there. Here we go, resetting now for the spike, or the haukuru, if you will. But Rangiruru ready to receive that one. And a long way for player to come to find that. Blockers coming up, ngā kai ārai. And again, one of those rallies that just seems to have legs on legs. Well done. Who's going to be the team that, I guess, runs out of stamina? All they need is one solid hit. There it is. Blockers come up again. Oh, beautiful. And on that occasion, it flies long. And I tell you what, that winning those kinds of points can do a lot for the mental shift that's needed to carry on and take games. But they're going to have to be quick, snappy in gathering of those points because it's not long to go. And which side that goes into the net? One of the biggest things with volleyball is taking care of the shoulders and the knees and the ankles. Oh, wonderful dive there. Oh, unfortunately, one of the hands not quite in proper placing. Long shot coming in there. Over the top. Anyone's game right next to the net there. To the middleman. And coming down on the side of the Trinity College girls. Some frustration starting to come in, unfortunately. For those little changes. Down the middle again, holding for the ball rolling onto the court. They'll reset. Te kau mā waru ki te kau mā whā, te tatauranga i nai nei. Ka rere whakawaho tērā poro. Kei a Rangiruru, a te poro ki te tuku. Ka maka a kei wainga nui. He haukuru anō tā rātou. O he roa tērā patu. Nō reira ka puta te poro ki waho. Te kau mā iwa ki te kau mā rima te tatauranga i nai ni. Tatauranga being our score. Te kau mā iwa, 19. Rua te kau, 20. And I'm sure most of our whānau at home would have learned these simple Māori terms going through kura, school. Ka tau te poro kei Wainganui. The ball drops down in the middle there. And a long reach by the Trinity number 7. And the libero pulling that one in. But probably just travelling a fraction too far to give her teammates a chance. And unfortunately that one ricocheting off. Timeout called. 22 plays 15. And we'll take this moment to thank our sponsors, Caltext, Nativa, previously New Zealand Carbon Farming, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects, Anchor, and Whakaata Māori. Because without their tautoko, we wouldn't have the cameras and the score people, the commentators, and this coverage over 19 courts over the last 4 days, 5 days. That doesn't include all the other summer sports that have got going on around the place, like 3-on-3 basketball, wakaama, polo, and those can be found also on our Whakaata Māori YouTube channel. Point there taken, 23 now, 2 points. Popping over the top there and slamming it down, this time into the net. 2 points only needed. 9 points needed by Trinity. It's going to be a battle, but there's always time to come back. They can't get down on themselves. Here it comes, incoming serve. Lovely reception. Getting up high and just trying to find that empty space in behind. Over and out. No, still in. Good set there. Cross court. Comes off. And that one flying over the net. And that takes it 2 sets. 25-16 at the end. Stay tuned. There's more action after this short break. And that one flying in on that far right side. And now the girls from Trinity will have to work hard to keep morale positive, because in every point there's still an opportunity for growth. And so not to get the heads down, but keep fighting as they have done just there. And look at that. Great teamwork. Great comeback after that point by Rangiruru. Not to take anything away from the Rangiruru girls who have played fantastically. He miharo tā rātou tākaro I te rangi nei. Engari, I te wāka ki te I tērā āhuatanga, āhua pauri ana, e nei kōtiro. Nā te mea, e rongo ana koutou kāre I eke I tēnei wā. Ka whakarite anō e rātou. And they're just sending in every time that little support person in behind the two blockers, because they've seen regularly that whenever those two blockers go up, they're popping that ball over the top. So perhaps an adjustment needed. The cross-court shot perhaps. And unfortunately that one with a little bit too many Weet-Bix on that occasion, flying down and into the out-of-bounds zone. And they will set themselves to receive the service from Dairy. And just a replay ball as they have another Paoro roll onto the court. And a little bit of frustration coming in now. Got to remember to keep those positive vibes. There we go. The young lady there on the right. Catch your number. Trying to lift the spirits. And wonderful. Oh, unlucky there. We did just speak about that shot, and unfortunately went a little bit too high. Hopefully they can refine that shot and bring it back. That one just drifting a little bit too far. It's getting it up a little bit higher, and then hopefully being able to bring it down with the ferocity that is required. And they've touched the net, or hands gone, or foot's gone under there. Substitutions coming in from the Rangiruru side. Number 2 goes off and number 3 comes in. That is Amelia Watson. And there she is, straight into the action. They thought they'd pick on the new girl. And that just dipping. Good return there. Dipping just before the number 10 Harper's hands. And into the game for Trinity College is Billy Fraser. And will she pick on the new girl? No, she goes straight down the middle. And the set's coming down the middle. They set themselves up for another attack on that right-hand side, but the two big blockers were there, 6 and 4. We've said it once, we've said it again. Kirk and Higgins making their presence felt on the right side. Service by Paige Clark there. And fortuitously the ball falls into the net. Fortuitous for Trinity College, that is, because that had heat on it. Sending it down the middle, giving them two options, setting both ways. And they manage to get it back. And number 4 there, Niam Higgins, recognizing an opportunity there and thought, hey, if I can time this well, I can get a quick point for us. And that's what she did. Ono ki te whetu. Paige gives her head a little shake. but not to get too disheartened. It happens to the best of them. And down the middle that one goes. And the team, unfortunately, stepped to the side to let that one go. Unsure whose responsibility that one was. But we might see the same thing, and possibly they won't go down that avenue again. No, someone steps up. Ooh, did they give it back too easily that time? Time will tell. Have they got a powerful option to return? And yes, good option there. Just picking up the foot of the libero on the far side. Te wahine mau puraka kowhai, seeing the young lady in the yellow, the libero in the yellow shirt, was probably going to leave it and then realised her foot was on the line. Service coming in straight down the middle, received by the libero. Getting up, and the diver's going in. 3 young ladies on the ground, and that brings me to a good segue. The kupu for dive is ruku. Ruku. Often you'll hear it used when people are going to dive for kaimoana. Ruku i te moana. But on this occasion, we'll see it happening on the court. Ruku, dive. And that dig going a little bit too far and into the net. No 12 this time. Maggie Arbage. Oh, wonderful work there. By, I think it was McDonald. Over to that far left, Te Taha Maui, unable to find its way through the net. And so number 4 is going to step up this time. That is Piper Eratus. And that one floating down just a little bit into the net. Where's this one going to land? Down the left-hand side, yes. Quick switch on the hand. She thought it was going low and then went high. Over to that right-hand side. Quick change. And all of these skills transferable to life, recognizing opportunities, when to take the ball, when to leave it. Oh, wonderful bit of a ruku there, a dive. And yeah, still a bit of excitement in the voice of Maddie Newson there. She still wants to have some fun out there. No use doing it if you're not enjoying it. And she prepares the serve down to the middle libero to receive. And this time, Higgins getting up high. And with the big don't argue, slams it down. New wahine onto the court now. Te Namaiwa, Zoe Willis. Beautiful serve there over to the right. Oh, wonderful dive there by the libero. Speed, pocket rocket And that ball dropping down low into the net. And off goes one player and on comes another. And the cross-court set, wonderfully done. And that's putting a smile on the dial now. Well finished there by, I think it was number 7, Paige Clark. And wonderful shot there down that left-hand edge. And the short set right in the middle. Managing to bring it back again. What's the play here? The short one again. And lovely little shot just to hit the net and roll over. She'll be happy with the end result. Will be Higgins. Clark stepping up now for the service. And that flies long beyond the arc. (18 points to 14). Service down, Te Taha Maui. Set coming in. And the haukuru there from the left-hand side. And she'll be happy again. Higgins. And there wouldn't be too long to go, I would imagine. Number 9, subbing in, Maddie Newson. Just out of the reach of the outstretched fingertips there. And they're rolling in the subs thick and fast here. As the serve comes from the far right there. They work hard to try and bring it back, but not on this occasion. Paige giving her mate the old hang loose. And they just look at each other and have a laugh. And say, c'est la vie. What will be, will be. This time though, their ball just a little bit more, little bit of an easier one to take. And she continues to deliver. That is Eliza McDonnell. And there it is, whānau. End of the game, 22 points to 15 in the third and final set. Thank you for joining us, e te whānau. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects and Anchor. Without forgetting Whakaata Māori. Next game coming up shortly. Let me tell you who we have coming up next. We have Mana College versus Wellington Girls College. Back shortly. Hei kona.
Ko tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I nā e nei. I raro I ngā waewae o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te mariki kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te MΑORI. Nā reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake I ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I o rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
He hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahu. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MAORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MAORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped?
A tēnā no tātou katoa. Here we have Mana College taking on Wellington Girls College. Service now coming through. To the far left now it goes. And a little bit of miscommunication on that occasion. And so Wellington coming up with the point that time. Oh, a bit of work happening right under the net. Oh, nice little celebration there by the Wellington Girls team. Floater over to the back section. And did it drop in? It did indeed. And our team lists for our whānau at home, we have from Mana College, Brooke Chadwick, Gia Bishop, Ella Waihi, Kaylee Paia, Million Keelan, Salem Edmonds, Carlo Ravu, Millie Crawford, and from Wellington Girls we have Taylor Chin, Alex Villavicencio, Amy Cherry, Jess Haldane, Eva Kant, Gia Rangitonga, Bella Tankersley, Casey Whitmore, Lucy Dunning, Bianca Billions, and Zen Lele. Biliones, aroha mai, biliones. That one flying long this time. Woo! Love to see the little celebrations. Keeps it fresh. Going long that time. Blockers going up, but not quite far enough to the left, and they just left a big opening available. I'm sure going back and watching these games and reviewing these are going to be super helpful for the girls. These little 1%ers. That one flying long this time. And this is day 4 of the competition here in Te Papaioea. So Rangiruru going over, getting up over Trinity College in the last game. Mana going down to Carmel. Wellington going down to Christchurch Girls. So these two now playing off. And over on court 14 where the other teams are playing, Hamilton Girls got up over Motueka. Bit of a celebration there. And not to forget to mention, oh, lovely find there. Energy levels are not as high. People aren't diving as much as they were in the first game. This is a placement finding game now. Getting them nice and high there. But the block almost effective, but just hitting the hands of one of the Mana girls and ricocheting out this time. And we will say a mihi to Miki Tito from Mana College and Daniela Hardwick, Isabella Lemanuto, Larry Lemanuto and Vince Sue. I don't mind if it's Sue. A little bit of a dab going on there. And that serve just dipping. Mana now. Kia rite rātau ki te tuku. Auera. Nō reira, kei a mana te pōro anō. Te poi. Ia te wā, ka huitahi ai te tima o Poneke. And bit of a intruder onto the court. And the ball going down the middle and across to the left, ki te taha Māui. Wonderful slam there, Haukuru from the back part of the court. Mana now, letting it float down, two girls going for it. And from the far end in the middle, down the center again. Getting up high and just pushing over, trying to find the empty spot there. But Mana coming back, oh, great dive, Rawe Te Ruku. And from that mid-court, a little tap over. That time, the timing just not quite as it should have been. And so that one falls down into the net. You can't really give too good commentary on who's who, but hard to see the numbers. I can see number 16, Eva. She's right at the back here, so that makes it easier for us to see that. And that little tip over. And this time, a tūrapa rebounds off the hands of the Mana players and drops down ki te taha Maui. Oh, wonderful shot there, down the middle. Going up. Oh, wonderful work there. Ooh. Bit of spice on that one. Driven down the middle. Nobody available to make, to pick that one out. Long shot down. And I think that's a reset. I think the ball from the other court came on. Yes. With the serve now, we have number 6, I think. Oh, maybe not pushed down with enough energy. Oh, and unfortunately, Mana just stood there and just not quite fast enough to get the return on. Great serve down the middle. Oh, oh. Not any ice for that spice that came flying down from the number 4, Gia Bishop, from that right-hand side. And her teammates happy about that one. And there's the block coming up from her. Oh, the lovely across court, but they had a player there ready to battle with it. And the striker from Wellington gets up. And plenty of cheers from the young ladies from Te Whanganui Ātara. And the long shot there. A few different signals coming the way here. And over the back. No, not in the right position to slam that one down. So this time, yes, they've got control of it, but not much of a powerful shot to send it back. So Wellington deals with it easily. And they'll give her a pat on the back and say, that's all right, mate. We all have those days. And fresh sub into the game. Down the center, that goes. And plenty of power there. Ricocheting off. And good power play there by Zen Lele. Mai te kura o te kariti o Poneke. Up for service now. We have the new young lady onto the court. And that great serve there. That drops down right in the middle of no man's land. A wonderful shot down the middle. And pushing it there. Almost going to go for a dive, but realizing it's just out of my reach. So Wellington 5 points ahead now. Stepping up for the serve, we have Lucy now with her third. No, timeout called. So we'll take a quick break and be back with you shortly. Great serve again by Lucy there. And coming away with another point. Or they're saying Casey. Sorry, I couldn't quite see the number. It may well be. I think it is Casey. Aroa mai Casey. That's Lucy standing at the bottom of the frame there. Great serve. Gets an arm to it. Cross court. Their mate's still getting the ball. Not quite a full circle. And they look to their mate. Where is she for the clap? Oh, she's over there getting the ball. Kate Pai. Down, drifting to the right. That one. Too much force and not enough direction. Unfortunately that time. And they know where it's dropping. She's a bit of a long one in there. Might be beneficial. That one flies long. And so, over to Wellington again. Goes the serve. Oh, lovely cross-court shot. Plenty of power in it, but well received. Plenty of time for Whanau to get into position to receive that. Eva with the ball now. And wonderful serve down that left-hand side. Setting themselves up. Short ball. I think she saw the big blockers coming in the middle and just tried to work her way around to the right-hand side. And unfortunately picking up the net on that quick change of direction. And that floater just dipping before the libero was able to get under it. I think that's Alex. Still in amongst it here. Slammed down that one. And the Wellington girls celebrate that. One more point to finish off the first set. And over it goes. Looking here now for the big shot. And that big shot seemingly too hard on this occasion and floats over. Kei tua o te pai tuku. Ka tuku nā anō. Mana i te poro. He rawe. Kai ārai engari rawe hoki te whakahoki i te po i te rāwā. He makapoto. Oh, he rawe te kite engari e rua ngā patu. Kei te tima o mana no reira. Ka tukuna te poro. Ka hoa te poro kia mana. Mai te taha maui ki te taha matau. Engari ka titiro ake te wahine rā no poneke ki ona ringa. Hea te take he kohao kei roto pea. Tōna hakaro. He whakaaro pai te waiho. I te rā poi e rere ana. Ko tai mai te wahine hou. Zen lelei ki runga i te kōti. And ki tērā taha matau, ka rere te pōro, engari ka tau ki te matire. Kea mana te pōro, ka taka mai te tope o te neti rā. He rawe anō, engari, ko tērā te mutunga o tēnei heti. And there we have it again, dropping into the net this time, the mana, te tuku a mana. No reira, kei a te whanga nui a tara, te poi nai nei ki te tuku. Ka pātai a Here's a bit of a conversation going on about the scores. And the service just dropping below there. And that time, the ball just dropping into the net. Ka taka te poro, ki te matira. O reira, kei a mana te poro I nai nei. O he rawe, tērā patu engari, ka tai mai tētahi atu poro, ki runga I te papatākaro. Kei a teila te poro I hiki. Oh, rolling along the top of the matira there. And popping that one over, still in play. Oh, looking for that open ground behind the two big blockers. Cross-court slam, that one still going. And the umpire, Te Kaiwa Wau, ka ki mai ana ai. Patua I te matira, it didn't hit the opposition, so you cannot have another shot at it. And that just drops outside the green line there, very close to the boundary. He oi anō. Probably a good idea not to put it that close, but well left, well left. Over to right side of the middle. And fast hands, great work to recoup that one. Looking for the open space, have a chance now, but one of the players in the process has hit the net. And they will reset themselves again to receive. Oh, they were still getting ready, and then along came the ball. And that one flies out into the supporters area. Mihana ki te kai ako. I tiki I te poro. Hei tiki I te poro. And looking for the easy shot over the top. And that one, oh, great reflexes there. Just gives it a bang, no worries. Over to the far side there does Zen. And gets a bit of a ricochet. Who's on to that ball? Bit of a rally going on here. And are they going to give it back? Yes, they just give it back without too much spice attached. This time though, the big blocker coming up. Who was that in the middle of the court? And there she goes, gets a couple of pushes for her trouble. And that's a push of thanks. A push of thanks. Thank you very much for blocking that for us there, teammate. And Nawai Tuku. And that is Jess Haldane. The big, oh, out. I don't know, not quite sure how that one went, but it was get out of here. It was like an ace. Ana, ka tuku anō. Engari tēnei wā. Ka rere te poro ki ngā kai tautoko e noho ana ki te taha. Whakaritea piti maha mana ki te tuku nai nei. Ko tai mai Zen. Lelei me tērā patu kahara watu. And that one chased down, but at the last minute left to fly into the out of zone area. And Zen takes a spell, and back in comes the young lady who was made quite a few good little movements on the last time she came on. So she'll be looking to replicate that. Not this time, unfortunately. Ball dropping down a little bit into the net. Mana now. Kei rātou te pōro ki te tuku. Ka tau ki roto I te inga ringa a Taylor. Ka whai rātou I etahi wāhi e wā te ana, engari kāre kau, and āta maka te pōro a ki te mātira I nai nei. Couple of kupu, a dig, Kiri. There's a place up north called Kiri, well known for its gardens and orchards, Kiri. So that is a place where plenty of digging happened. And up goes the young lady, and there she is, jumping jack in the box. I think that is Eva, unhappy with her shot there, trying to jump out that frustration. This time, Mana Te Tuku, received there by the 27, sorry, Dunning. And ball coming for Eva, I think it is. Could be Gia. Rangitonga. And flies long there. Has a look. Oh, she takes it nicely. Not much room to work with there, but well done, girls. They give it back with not too much energy on it. And once again, that's what happens when the ball is simply returned. It gives the opportunity for the opposition to set it up and give it back with a bit of force. And that's what we saw on that occasion. Down the middle, received by Dunning. Given back in a simple pass again. Great block there by the front. Two people, and that one drifting over ki te tahamatau, ki waho, no reira, kei a te whanganui a tara te poro I nai nei, ki tuku. And nice movement around the court, right across there. Oh, fast hands. Zen with the quick pop over the net there, Te Mātira. And across to Zen again. And this time, just not quite enough pop in the shot. And so it done drop. And no points this time for Wellington. There's still one set up though. Getting under that was Taylor. And putting some smoke on that one. No, they've kept it alive. For a moment there, they all thought, nah, we've done our job. She's going to give it another go. But again, attack was thwarted. And this time they're happy about it. But I think she thought, yep, that one's gone. That was Gia Rangitonga, I think it was. Or Amy Cherry. I didn't quite get both of the numbers. I know there was a 9 on there. Perhaps Amy Cherry, I think, yes. This time to Cherry. Takes it, sets, in the middle. Two big blockers up, she pops over the top. Over to this right-hand side. Whakarite ana rātou, and pushes it down the middle. And that middle shot had a bit of force to it from Cherry. and so unable to be controlled suitably by the mana player, and it ricochets out over the dead ball line. So 11 plays, 12, mana still up by 1, but time running out. Oh, there's a bit of locking going on there from Zen, keeping the girls in good spirits. And the short one there, didn't see the player standing right in the spot where she put it. Cross the court set. Wonderful power in that one, but the ricochet was just as strong and picked up again. This time doesn't make the same mistake and finds the open court down that left-hand side to Taha Maui. And kei a te whanganui a tara te poro I tuku. Ko ai tērā, e tuku ana, ko a kua nei ka kite. Oh, beautiful block. But with the beautiful block came the beautiful rebound, and that was to the satisfaction of the ladies from Mana. And that lifts the points to 14-12. Ooh, we heard the cheer there from the sideline. Oh, dropping the moves now. Wellington girls. They're still having fun out there. Good to see. And that one just dipped down there a little bit too much. Mana now are going to be wanting to finish this one quickly if they can. Where's the open space? They'll be scanning for it. She spots it over there, but just probably a little bit too long. Radravu into the game. Long shot there. Oh, good stretch as Mana set it up. Coming from the back of the court there. Did it drop? Yes, it did. And should be happy with that one. I think that was the number 4 from Mana, Gia Bishop. Across to the power player there. And the other power player from the opposite side. But the blocking was on point and shut down the attack. Having plenty of fun out there. And still staying at 16 apiece at the moment. Oh, unfortunately that one coming across the net a little bit too sharp an angle. And so timeout called, 17 plays 16. Akwane will be back. And down the right-hand side, that went. But I think they're going to chuck that one again because the other umpire wasn't there. A bit premature on the serve there. Down the middle this time, received by Raravu. And up and over it goes. No, blocker coming in early. And they'll set themselves up. No. It's always the question. Do you give it back easily, or do you take your 3 shots and give it back with a little bit more mana behind it? And those passes are just going to go back and easy to deal with. But that, on the other hand, not so easy, but it's dropped a little bit low. And what we're seeing as the game progresses is those energy levels after 4 days of competitive Poirewa volleyball. The jumps are not quite as high and the hits are not quite as hard, so these rallies are going longer. So it's coming down to who can fight the fatigue the best. That one going long. Good dive. Ruku from the right to the middle. And then over to that right-hand side again. And this time through the ricochet of the girls from Wellington, the ball drops and Mana extending that lead. Well, it's only 1 point ahead, so it's not really extending a lead, is it? So 1 point in it. Good service there, though. Slight float to the left. And they give that back with not too much spice on it. But this time, there she's going to give it a good whack. And they thought it was going to be a hard one, but then she ended up just giving it back with a little subtle touch. Subtle touch that found the open floor beyond those 2 blockers. And in comes Etahi Kaitakoro Hou. Ka noho ia ki tērā wāhi o te kōtira. Ko tai mai tahi pōro. Mai tērā atu wāhi. Nō reira ka timata anō. And the short set, unable to be dealt with there, just popping it over the top. Now here's a kupu for our whānau listening. Whakatū. We're going to use that kupu for set. Whakatū poto, short set. And ana te whakatū mai te wāhi kei wainga, te taha matau. And good work again there. And as we said previously, a little bit of fatigue coming in, so the little small mistakes starting to creep in. And this is where the coaches have to encourage and their supporters to stay focused. It's still anyone's game, really. Because if Mana can win the set, and does that drop in? It does indeed. And that's a fantastic shot there by Tankersley, number 21. Bell or Bella. No, I'm going to say Bell. B-E-L-L-E. Wonderful serve down the middle there. And see, normally we would see them jumping to give that a spike, but the energy and the shots. There we go. Just giving it back, letting the opposition try and make the hapa, the mistake. Oh, still going. And the call was they touched the net. Wellington. Plenty energy in the chair. 21 points. Rua te kau mātahi ki te rua te kau. And just testing the bounciness of that ball there. And into it she goes. And popping it over the top there into the safe space. There's not too much. Little taps now. Just little taps into those open spaces. And the ones who are the least fatigued, it would seem, are the ones that are going to come away. Oh, ka taka te poro ki ngā reke o te nama iwa. Amy Cherry tērā. He nui ngā taumahatanga i runga i ngā pokohiwi a ngā kōtiro o mana nā te mea tino tata ki te mutunga o tēnei heti. Nā ko tai mai te wahianea anō a Amy Cherry. Ka tau te pōro, ki te taha maui. He rawe, engari, ka whana ia i te pōro. Ka rau te mohia hea i te take. Ka pā i te matira pea, te matira. Haere tonu ana te tākaro. Kei a zen te pōro. Ka puta ki muri i te papa tākaro. Tata ki te otinga o tēnei heti nei. Ko tahi anake te piro. E whai ana a poneke. Kei a zen te wā. Hei whakaoti tēnei. O tata ki te eke i tērā pōro ki runga i te mātira whakawhiti atu ki tērā atu taha. And as Raravu prepares for the serve and it drops wide and that e te whānau will be the end of the second set. Aroha mai, kei te he. They have to win by 2 points. So now, chance for Wellington to close it down. And that one flies beyond the line. And we had one game yesterday go all the way to 32 points. There and back, there and back. This time, Wellington making sure of it. Now, whoever's serving here is just going to make sure they get it in. 2 times for the match point, it's drifted out. And that is that fatigue that is, you can't stop it. There it is. Just he paku raru, kei te tatauranga. Long one there. And this time, can we get a serve in? That is the question. And if they can, Wellington will take this. If that serve can stay on the Wellington side, and they'll be, sorry, the Mana side. Mana doing all they can to shut that down. And the little tip over. Good dive there. And indecision there as to who was diving. So Mana now with the chance, just need to get it in, and they have done that. Now it's on the Wellington shoulders to do something with it. Finds an opening. And here we go. What's gone? Big blockers coming up, but it drops. And I think she was asking about the ball rolling onto the court, but I feel like the ball had already landed or was about to land and no one was going for it, so didn't interrupt the play. Zen there, and she makes the point when it counts. Aims long, and that, e te whānau, is the end of this matchup between Mana College, Wellington Girls College. Thank you for joining us. It has been our pleasure bringing it to you. Thanks again to Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's Apollo Projects and Anchor, without forgetting Whakaata Māori. Stay tuned, we've got more games coming up after this.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
Ko tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I nā e nei. I raro I ngā waiwai o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te marike kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te Māori. Reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake I ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I o rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex?
Nau mai haere mai e te whānau ki tēnei. Te whiringa whā iti o tēnei whakataitai. Welcome in. I do believe this is the semi-final for the girls here in Palmerston North. Te papa Ioia. Welcome in. These girls have obviously put in plenty of effort over the last few days, and we are here now at the business end of the competition. So without further ado, we're into the action. And energy levels are high. And first point of the day going to Christchurch. And let's go through the names now. Zara Devere, Isla Ryan, Hope Hearn, Alana Park, Atung Duanga, and Zara Hunter, Tusi Rupena, Misha Laulala, Lily Porter, Ella Lomax, Lila Cowan, Henrietta Cairns, and Spencer Lindsay. Coach, assistant coach Mark Norton, and manager Devere Steph. Carmel now with the ball. We've got Jamie Beckett, Emily Meal, Eliza Parkinson, Lily Hall, Rowena Tapling, Anna Douglas, Scarlett Lendrum, Elise Llewellyn, Sophia Railton, Ariane Llewellyn, Casey Manar, Zahara Tibbets, coach Jay Moore, and manager M. Tibbets. Nō reira mihi ana ki ngā tīma, nau mai haere mai ngā kaitākaro, nau mai haere mai ngā kaitautoko o ēnei tīma. Welcome in to the supporters, the whānau, and the friends tuning in to watch today. No doubt plenty around the country tuning in. Big mahi for the girls to get here. We just finished up the game before this, and that was Wellington winning over Mana. Both of those teams playing these two teams this morning. Mana just going down to Carmel College, and Christchurch winning over Wellington girls. Into the hands of Lily Hall that time. The libero from Carmel. And there's plenty of energy here because they know it's all on the line when it comes down to tēnei kemu ki tēnei kemu. E mana nui kei a rātou, the top four teams on the other court at the moment. We also have Orewa aroa mai taking on Hastings girls in that semi-final as well. So plenty happening here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Volleyball Championships. Te whakataitai Poirewa o Aotearoa ngā kura tuarua. Straight down the middle to Lily Hall. And whack back with some emphasis from the number 5 there, Rowena Tapling. Coming in and getting up high. And well found. They have to go all the way to the back. The libero putting body on the line. And I think it was, what kind of shot was that she tried to receive it? We talked before on the previous game about some of the kupu. And I'll let you know a few of those. So the tuku, that's the serve. Dig is to Kiri. Kiri. And to remember that one, think about the place in the north called Kiri Kiri. Think about all the plants that are there and all the gardens. Kiri Kiri is to dig. So whenever you've seen the ladies get down nice and low and dig up the ball, that is the te ingoa o te rā mahi. Oh, wonderful find there. The defensive arms not quite fulfilling that left-hand space enough, and the pathway was left open. O te kōtiro rā o tautahi, te patu I tērā pōro ki te papa. Having a bit of a powwow going on there. Christchurch now with ball in hand. She's going to roll it down to the right-hand side, I reckon. There we go, look. Totally a guess there, whānau. And as the corner umpire points her flag to the ground, signifying it did indeed drop in. So, Carmel now Wha Piro, keep te ono, 4 points to 6. And young Rowena Tapling and Lily Hall having a bit of a share in a moment of kōrero before into the action again. Down to that back person there, Rowena, and getting up high. And that time the ball just dipping into the net. Anna Douglas there, giving her best, but unable to clear te mātira i te rawa. Nō reira, kei ngā kōtiro o tautahi te pōroi nāne. I tēnei wā, ka whakatika te nama waru, te tama ono aroa mai, Anna Douglas. She managed to correct or recalibrate her shot from the last one and finds it flying home true. This time, some medicine given back to Anna. To this far side with Rowena. And as the song goes, she's no longer trying to find what she's looking for because she found it, and that was the point. Miss Tapling there. Anna with the serve that time. Over to the right. No, down the middle it goes, but well found by the young lady from... And Lily chucks out the arm to try and get a rebound to one of her teammates, but it drops. And it's only a matter of millimeters in that. And Lily getting it high. Rowena this time popping it across the court. And often they're aiming between two players to keep them guessing, because at the speed at which the ball travels, someone has to make a decision very quickly, rather than going close to a player when it's automatically going to be taken by that player. Going across now, and this time the ball seemingly given back with ease, and they won't be too happy with that. But they've got the ball again because it was replay ball. Emily Neal now with ball in hand. And those little mistakes are not the ones that they want to have happening to them at the moment. The young ladies from Carmel on the Auckland's North Shore near Takapuna. I only know this because my son is just down the road at Westlake, and they had a bit of a shocker tournament after... No, I shouldn't say it was a shocker tournament. They learnt lots and had plenty of fun. So now into the action they go. Rowena that time over to the libero, and her not able to lift it. And so back into the action they go. Down that left-hand side. Has the set not where it needed to be to get a positive shot on, but positive enough to get their opposition to hit it into the net. Straight down the middle it goes. Just a bit of info for the whānau tuning in. Seems that the first competition was started back in 1969, and it was first taken out by Hamilton Girls. Motu Moitai was strong. That was in the girls division. The last few years, Westlake girls, Rangi Toto College taking out a couple of the last titles. So this could well be the first chance for these schools, if they make it through to the final, to come away with a national title. And Christchurch, 12 points, plays 11 now. Over to the middle of the court there. Banging it down the middle, trying to find that empty space. And wonderfully done there. Hits the kai arai, or the blockers, and drops at their feet. And so now stepping to the line is Elise Llewellyn's turn. And bringing it back. Wonderful spike there by the number 6, Anna Douglas. And number 5 giving the rugby pass there. Tapping to her friend, who is number 8, Llewellyn again. Lovely serve. This time, not able to get in a correct position just due to that set not going quite high enough for her to get underneath and give it a good whack. So with that, timeout is called. 15 points to 12. Te kaumārima ki te kaumārua te tatauranga. No reira I nai nei tēnei te katuku te mihi ki ngā kaitautoko I tēnei kaupapa, ko Celtics, ko Nativa, ko te University o Otago, ko Baileys, ko Apollo Projects, ko Anchor, me whakata Māori, nā rātou I huruhuru ai I tēnei manu, kia rewa, tēnei hākina kina a te Poirewa, kei ngā ringa a Elise anō, Llewellyn that is. And they will look to extend the lead that they currently hold. And she'll be happy about that one because it hit the net. And as luck would have it, you can't really practice for those ones because it's such a fine line between dropping your way and dropping their way. But I'm sure that Elise will say, I played for that. And her sister will disagree. But they'll be happy about it. So now, long drive down the middle with that serve. And Zahara Tibbetts getting hand to it. But unable to get it towards her compatriot on this occasion. And so, Christchurch now preparing to serve, and that dips low, coming right from the other court. And they're going to call a quick timeout again. It's been a massive couple of days. Obviously, the final coming up tomorrow. The finals, ngā whiringa toa. Those are the names for our whiringa toa. Is our final. Whiringa whā iti is our semi-final. Whiringa whā nui, our quarterfinals. So these girls have now been through those stages here to the semi-finals phase. And here we have Christchurch Giving it a good knock down to the right-hand side. And well done by the libero there to get underneath that one. And unfortunately, sometimes those high arcing shots or passes are difficult to get the timing right on. That one flying deep. Back to Tibbet in the middle. And does that one fly long? It does, and it dips. So they go around giving the high fives, low fives, or the fives, maybe even tens, just to try and lift the energy amongst their teammates. Ko tai mai a Jamie Beckett ki runga i te Papatakaro. Mihi ana ki tōna whānau. Welcome into the Beckett whānau. Tuning in, supporting their young lady. And there she is, diving Rowena there. Ruku ana ia, that's your dive. And a little tap. And they asked the question, but that, I think, replay. Another ball on the court, so they're going to have another roll of that dice. Yes, that's right. And they'll be gracious that that extra ball came onto the court to give them this other opportunity. Beckett again with the serve. And that one going a little bit wide. But Beckett with the ruku. Dive there. And a little bit casual, perhaps, by young Scarlett. Heoi. She gave it a go. She thought she saw an opportunity and just fractionally off the execution there. But as it happens to the best of them. Getting nice and low there was the number 6, Anna Douglas, but unable to lift it high enough to return it back. Coming into that right-hand pocket and well read on the speed and trajectory and angle of its approach. And they both step to the side and say, we'll leave that one. Now in the hands of the Christchurch girls team. They flick it over, not too much speed on that one. And once again, the little pop. Giving them a chance here and across to Rowena. Still in play. They'll set themselves up for a punishing attack. Did it come off a hand? Yes, it did. You can see the fatigue starting to set in. That one, how'd it look? It looked pretty good. Unfortunately, we can't see that corner, but I guess the ones who do see the corner are the ones that matter, and that is the touch judges, or the lines people, so we shall call them. So, closing the gap to 1. And unfortunately, on that occasion, just dipping into the net, te mātira, ko taka te poro. Taka is to drop. There you go, there's a kupu for our whānau at home. Taka. Giving you a few kupu to learn today. And no doubt by the end of it, you've got about, I don't know, half a dozen little kupu pop in your pocket when it comes to volleyball. So any of the girls go into any international competitions that they use any of these terminology, it's very unlikely that any of the opposition will have any idea what they're talking about. Unless, of course, they are speakers of Te Reo Māori. Here we are. And straight down the middle, without a doubt, a great shot. Yeah, look at the enthusiasm there by Lily Hall. Yeah, look at that little handshake they got going on. It's a little hang loose handshake. Bringing it in is Zahara Tibbets, that is. As she prepares, sends it down. And that one going a little bit too far on this occasion. And we are into the business end of the set. 21 to 20. Lovely find there on the Keri. Now, did that get touched? Yes, it did. And the girls from Carmel jump for joy, as they should. Unaine. Koi te kai tuku. And, he wahiki. A little timeout now. As shall we take one. And check out the celebrations. They are absolutely stoked. 1 point to be found here by Carmel to snatch the first. And they do what's needed there. Gets up high, and I think that dropped in. Well done, Christchurch girls. The defenders from Carmel a little bit off to the right and just left a little opening down that Te Taha Maui. Big mahi now to send the serve with some purpose to make it a little bit difficult for Carmel to bring it back with some spice on it. And that is exactly what they've done there, but they've got another chance now. But they don't give it back with too much on it. So Christchurch's turn now. And the angle of the hand means it flies out beyond the out of bounds. So they'll go to the end of the first set. And with that, we will say our thank yous to the people who have supported us to bring you this coverage. And that is Whakaata Māori for bringing it on their platform and giving Pūtea Tautoko to make it happen. 19 courts over 4 days, bringing you all the action of the Poirewa competition here in Te Papaioia. We have Anchor. We have Apollo Projects, Bailey's, the University of Otago, Nativa and Caltex. So thank you to those generous supporters of this kaupapa. And it's not only for this kaupapa, but it's all the New Zealand secondary school sports that are brought to you throughout the year. Over this 1 week alone, there has been a number of sports that have happened. Water polo, kayaking water polo, canoe water polo. What else have we had? We've had wakaama, we've had 3-on-3 basketball, and I think maybe even softball. So those are happening all around the country. Our teams coming together, technical minds, bringing those games to your homes so you can help celebrate these young rangatahi sports. And on they come. Dance moves ready. And high fives, low fives, all the fives. A couple of tens in there. And if I remember back to being a young one, you didn't really do high fives that often, to be fair. I think maybe the American movies may have encouraged our young ones to get into the old high fives. Oh, a little bit of confusion there, but Christchurch girls getting some composure back. Was it a double touch there? No, it was a net touch. And so in the hands of Zahara Tibbets, who is koia te kāpene o tēnei tima. To the far side there. And again, whānau, if you wanted to send through any shout-outs to any of the players playing today, you can do that by sending it through to Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram. It'll look like the guy on a waka, if you're wondering what does the profile photo look like. And that ball down and drops in the corner. The far left-hand corner it goes. Rua ki te tahi inaine. And Carmel are going to want to try and protect this lead. And there's that no man's land we've spoken about. Te whenua kore tangata. And it goes in between somebody like that. There's a moment of who goes for it. So there needs to be a system in place if it's to the right, or whatever the teams agree on. Oh, wonderful Kedi there by Tibbet, the captain from Carmel. And still in play. Ehe, kia roha mai. Ka pā atu etahi o ngā kōtiro o tautahi i te mātira. Mō reira, kei a Carmel te pōroi naini, te poi. And getting up high and slamming it down with authority. But some brilliant defense has lifted it up again. And Carmel with another shot. Rowena that time from the back part of the court, unable to lift it over that net. And there's a little bit of fatigue, looking like there's not as much sprightliness in the stab of those things, but I bet, without a doubt, with the final coming up just tomorrow, final game of the day, one game tomorrow, to hang in there, stick with it. Christchurch now with the big task of coming back, and that time the ball landing in the court. You can see the young ladies from Christchurch trying to lift the spirits of their players. Dropping low into the dig there of Douglas. Libero from Christchurch. And through the block, slowing the flow of that ball, and just dropping in front of Tapling that time. And call of timeout happening, so the girls head over and take a moment to reassess what's needing to be done. Carmel down by 1 point currently. And looking over to the other game, semi-final that's happening, Poirewa College playing Hastings. Poirewa's up by 1 set at the moment. So that could well be whomever wins that game will play the winner of this game. And at the moment, Carmel up by 1 set. In comes the number 2, Emily Meal for Carmel. And a lovely push over the back, a back set there. Oh, beautiful shot there by, I think it was the number 6. Yes, Anna Douglas. Fantastic work there to find the open space. And out to this right-hand side, and that one this time flying long. This time it just dropping. So they'll look for some new subs to come into the game. Stepping out is 9 and 12 from Carmel, Sophia and Zahara. And then comes Beckett and Scarlett Lendrum. And they'll look for that new energy that's going to be brought in there. Tap over to the right. Whaka'u. This time, incoming the Christchurch girls service to the near side on our screens. And big effort there. Wonderful work by the number 1, I think it was, Beckett, to manage to get that elevated enough for Rowena. But that time, unfortunately, unable to return it, and it dropping into the net. There has not been more than 3 points in it in this set, this game perhaps. The games have been very, very close. The sets have been very, very close. That one dropping out of court. Hastings up 8 points to 3 in the other game on the court next door. Oh, wonderful power stroke there. And I'm not too sure what happens there. But you might have to rewind that one and have another look. I couldn't quite see what happened over there, but it must have just dropped in. Oh, wonderful serve. And they're ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic, the young ladies there from Carmel. Christchurch will be needing to shut down this momentum that they've gained so far. Sometimes that can come through a lucky shot. And dive at the ball there. You can see the captain going to have a chat to Kaiwawao. Nothing's come of it, so she was just checking in to see if it was what she was seeing, the captain there. Still on and off the side of the hand from Chaplin there this time. Douglas that time with the serve, just dropping down into the net. And closing the gap again. No one is giving anybody an inch. This time over to the open space and cross, and that is a powerful shot there. Te rā haukuru. And that one flies long, e te whānau. Little bit of discussion going on at the moment. And I think what she was saying is that she touched it. Rowena's saying she touched that one, perhaps. Service coming in. And no man's land. Drops in between the two players. Down to that left-hand side, almost trying to replicate the first serve, but that one just dipping. Now with Emily Meal for the serve. And ball onto the court. Emily again for the serve. Oh, wonderful work there. And as Christchurch rolls out the subs, and that one dipping. It's hard to see the numbers of our Christchurch girls on the far side. And that drops in. Not much they could do about that. The young ladies from Carmel stood there in the hope that it would fall out. At the same time, the Christchurch players and parents all hoping it dropped in, and it did just that. To the far side this time. Not much elevation on the downward push. That time, good block coming in. He Aotearoa, and they're absolutely ecstatic about it, celebrating every shot, and so they should. Nā te mea, roa te wā, e pakangana e nei tima, kia tai ora ki tēnei taumata o te whakataitai. And ka rere whakawahoa no te poro. That ball flies over the dead ball line. Update from court 14, 15 points to 8 to Hastings. And that one flying long. So Christchurch girls. Here we go. Drifting to the left. Is there anyone there? Interesting decision there. The ball looked to be flying out to the far left. But the good thing is she made a call, and it wasn't 50-50 to guess whether it was going to land in or not. She took the chance, and unfortunately on that occasion, didn't come up trumps for her. New player into the game there. Can't quite catch the number. Down into Rowena in the middle there. And the short set to the middle. Fantastic vision there by Emily Neal to spot the empty space there. As Carmel prepare themselves for the serve. There it is. And a powerful drive over the top of the defenders. Rowena coming from the back section over the three blockers. Kai Arai in front of her, and that ball, it lands in. Oh, hang on. No, it didn't. Went the way of Carmel that time. Down into the middle. And the power of the serve from the number one, Jamie Beckett. And they take it over to the side for a timeout. Close game so far at Whānau. 20 plays 18. There's nothing in it. Looking over to the other court, it's now 15 plays 12. Aotearoa College down by 3. And over into the middle as they set themselves up with the short one. Had the three tall timber in the middle blocking. That one floats over to the far side now. And fantastic strike there by Douglas to give them a 2-point buffer. Now can Beckett put it into the spot that she needs to? That'll do. Oh, plenty of power behind that. Lovely dig there by the libero. Oh, beautiful block. 2 and 12 teaming up. Emily and Zahara. And service again. Tipping over. Maybe just a little bit too much on that tip. Gave the opportunity for the girls to get in place. And how does that fly? That flies in on the Carmel College side. Christchurch with a chance now. I think that's in the hands of Zara Hunter. Long serve down, received by the libero there. Lily Hall. And a cross-court smash. Doesn't drop. No, it does drop. My apologies. And so Douglas now, surely if she can make this, that will... And she picks it perfectly. And with that, timeout is called. Christchurch Girls High School. Whai whakaro ki tō rātou kaiako. Ka kōrero atu ki a rātou. Ka moe e tūpau o mahunga. Hikina te kauai. Tainoa ki te mutunga o te kēmu. Coach no doubt giving them some instruction not to bow their heads, but to lift the chins up and finish with strength. Down to their right-hand side as they set. What's the plan? And that goes through the hands of young Hall, hoping that didn't cause her too much distress there. Down to the right this time and dropping. Oh, unfortunate for the Christchurch girls, not able to return it on that occasion, but 1 point, and that makes it the set. 2 sets to nil. Carmel goes up. Back for the third set. Akuane.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through.
We'll jump in there and take this opportunity to once again thank those whānau that have come to the table to tautoko, tēnei kaupapa. Ko ai rātou, ko Anchor, ko Polo Projects, ko Baileys, ko te University o Otago, me Nativa, me Celtics. Mihi atu kia koutou whakatamau. Coming into this last phase of the game. And the touch just having the sub. There we go. And they come. Libero's on. Into the play they go. Oh, wonderful work there by Carmel. Oh, just dropping out there. And the longer one caught up high on the hands. Rowena there with the cross-court shot. Getting up high and just over the top of those defenders. Going back to Tapling, and she is happy with that result. And she'll also get the chance. Ki te tuku I tēnei poi. Kia ki ngā kōtiro o Tautahi. And that one dipping down. Christchurch girls now straight down their left-hand side to the setter. Unfortunately, the person coming in, ki te haukuru, ka re I kona rātou. To the far side, and wonderful work. And the umpire says there's either a touch of a net or a foot underneath. So Carmel gets the points there. And for service, we have Elise Llewellyn. Down the middle it goes. And setting a reverse set. And cross court. They look a little bit casual, but the referee, umpire, sorry, has noticed that there was a foot or hand touching the net. So Llewellyn again with the opportunity to place it where she wills it. Almost dropping into space there. This time over the head and over and what's the call? Hard to say. And it drops. So Christchurch now with ball in hand. Right to left. Down the middle, that one goes. Still going. There's a heck of a rally. Two players going for it that time. Down to the bottom of the net. That one travelled, unfortunately, for Christchurch girls. Ka heke te poro I te rawa. Kei roto I te ringa a Jamie Beckett I tēnei wā. Powerful serve there by Beckett. And the young lady from Christchurch girls unable to control the pass to one of her teammates. So she'll go for a similar serve, this time to the libero. And they set themselves up, and a little tap and change of direction there. Put into place by Emily Meal. And this time, dropping into the net. That one going all the way over to the right side. Still in play. Powerful shot. Did it drop? It did indeed. It did indeed. This time, service. And over it goes. And down the middle. And hitting the top strap there. Back over to and that brings it in 8 points to 6. Carmel taking this game by 2 sets, and I think in the other game it was Hastings that took it. But I could be wrong because it was so close. I didn't actually get who won that at the end. So soon enough we'll know. And that is all for this game as they shake their hands. We say thank you to the friends and family that have tuned in today. And mihi ana kia koutou. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's Apollo Projects, and Anchor and Whakaata Māori. Stay tuned. More action. Oh, what a lovely photo. There it is. Stay there for a moment longer. There are your winners, Carmel College.
Ko tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I nā e nei. I raro I ngā waiwai o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te marike kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te Māorita. Nā reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake I ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I o rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahune. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment,
Tiki mai taku manu, kake mai taku manu ki te taho te wainui, ki te taho te wairoa. Ka tū te rupe ki tei, ka whakakiki, ka whakakakati hei wā Māori ora. Māori ora kia koutou hono mai ana ki tēnei pāpāhotanga o te kēmu kei Wainganui i a Manurewa High School me Rangiruru Girls School. It's my pleasure, Ethan Smith, to bring you the coverage and commentary for this game here. We had a little bit of a watch of Rangiruru earlier on in the day against... who did they play now? Wareware, they played Trinity. And Manurewa played New Plymouth Girls. Nō reira mihi ana kia koutou I hono mai ana. Once again, you want to send a shout out to one of the players or the teams. You can send that through to Ethan Smith NZ, and that is on Instagram, e te whānau. Our lists and players for this game will be coming at you like Cleopatra real soon. Oh, I haven't said that line for a while, to be fair. And number 6 with the service there. And big energy on that. Shot by Manurewa. And ricochets out over the side. But Rangiruru, this time we're able to see the players because they're on this side of the court. Last time they were on the far side, so not as much vision of their numbers, but this time we've got them. Straight down the middle drive there. And again, seems to be the preferred spot to send the ball. And we have from Manu High School, Samanu Ofisa, Jasmine Toleafoa, Lalita Time, or is it Time, unsure, Madeline Lisiki Lafaele, Tuanga Ese Aumua, Jade Ki Whaatoia Collins, Lydia Malanga, Chastity Rangi Takatu, and Gloria Tui Tamai. And those are the ladies from Manurewa High School. And going to Rangiruru Girls School, we have Georgia McMillan, Zara McDonald, Amelia Watson, Piper Eradis, Eliza McDonald, Hannah Harper, Lucy Deary, Zoe Willis, Mila Petty, and Maggie Arbage. Those are the players in front of us here today. It's 6 points to Manurewa, 11 to Rangiruru. And onto the court comes Georgia McMillan there in the libero top. It's a set to the middle. And lovely dive. And doing a little bit of dancing near the pole. Just to bring her back around. And on the receiving end of the serve now are Manurewa. That serve coming in from number 4. Piper. And unfortunately this time not getting the points coming their way. So a bit of a cross step, and that ball fantastically just drops right in front of McDonald there that time. Oh, wonderful serve to find the open space there. This time, service coming in, and again, success from the young lady from Manurewa. That is the number 4, Madeline Lisiki Lafaele. A little bit of cordial going on there. Just to pass on some information. And not too sure, maybe not stepping back too far. I'm unsure of what's going on there, but she steps to the side, and that time the ball flies beyond the playing court. And so, kia rangi ruru te poro I naine. Patua te poro ki waho. Ka heke te poro ki te matira. Down the middle, that goes off the bump and back over, making it a little bit easy for the girls from Rangiruru, but he paku hapa tēnā, ka heke te poro anō ki te matira. It's not usually preferred to lose a point in that fashion. Another good serve again from Manurewa. Going up strong, and good dive there. For those that have just joined us, throughout the day we've been talking about different plays. 1969 was the first volleyball competition held, and looking back, not sure that Manurewa has, either of these teams have made it to the big dance. I know that the Manurewa boys have won in the past. So something for the young ladies from Manurewa High School to aspire to. And here they come. Down to their right hand side and dipping. Oh, wonderful quick thinking there. No, ball touched, or the person touched the net or put their foot under the net. Unsure exactly what happened there. Good service right in front of the camera. Thank you for that, Zoe. And there Zoe goes. She skips off to the side. And off she goes. Manurewa now with service. And dipping again into Te Matira, the net. Nō reira, te kau mā whetu ki te kau mā toru, te tauranga I nai nei. Oh, he tere, te hekenga a tērā poro, a Zara McDonald. Ka whakamahi anō e ia, she'll try that one again. This time a little bit easier to take for the Manurewa ladies there. And easy free ball there. And not really too much put on it. Pressure the situation. That one's got plenty on it and goes well beyond playing space. Service coming down to the left that time. And bang. Inside that time. By the number 5, I think it was Eliza McDonald. Manurewa preparing to receive. Jumping out into their positions in that familiar L shape. Maggie Arbage that time with the serve from Rangiruru. Namatoru, Lalita Time, or time. Lalita again, and try and replicate that phase of play. Oh, wonderful roll over there, just finding its way over the net. Getting a bit of a kōrero there from their kaiako. There's coach. Goes down for lovely direction there by Piper. Oh, the libero giving a good dive there. That is Georgia McMillan. And into the court comes number 9, Zoe Willis. Service now from Manurewa. Hopping back over with a reverse set. And I think there was a finger that got into that. So Rangiruru with the opportunity now in the hands of Eliza McDonald. Again down that right hand track. Rangiruru with the opportunity now. A little bit out of reach there to put a powerful hit on there, which set Manurewa up a little bit. Finishing there by Lydia Malanga. They're flying to the just off the right-hand side of centre. And coming back with strength again was the number 2, Zara McDonald that time. That one drifting over to the right. You saw a young lady there from Manurewa going in to try and get that close ball to the net, and in the process sped across the front, trying not to step over the centre line, but unfortunately probably half of the little toe went over, and that was enough. Harper that time giving it a go. Not sure what happened there. But that is Rangiruru. They've won that set. First set going to Rangiruru, 25 points to 19. Quick shout out to those fellas that are giving us their tautoko. Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects and Anchor. And last but definitely not least, Whakaata Māori. Stay tuned at the whānau. Second set coming up in a matter of moments. Wonderful celebration there to bring in that first point. Great shot there by McDonald Eliza. Between the Manurewa girls trying to find their positions. Oh, wonderful little bump there. There was a number 4. Aredis. Far to the right, that one. Nā ka puta. Ki te taha matau, te rāporo. Rangidudu with the serve, and that's number 6, Harper. That one tracking a little bit long that time. Down to the libero there on the right. Not quite expecting it that time, I think, but they're happy with the result. For Maggie Ardage there, Ardage. Firing that down. Number 11 with the chance. Again, Mila Pizzi, aroha mai. Yes, Mila Pizzi. And they give her a bit of a boost with the chair. And there we have the coach giving her some tips. Oh, wonderful little pa iti, a little tip there. Oh, wonderful block there. Substitutions coming in. Number 9 on for Rangirudu, Zoe Willis. And must have been foot under the line or something. Who's the server? Zara McDonald steps up. That one down the middle of the track. And just hitting the top of the net. And just that momentary stutter on the ball, creating the confusion. Long ball over everyone's heads. And in runs the number 6, Hannah Harper. Oh, wonderful shot there. And what comes of that? It flies in. Drops just in time. Waru kia Rangirudu. Ono kia Manurewa. And we've spoken a number of times about the name of volleyball. Poirewa, Poi being the ball, and Rewa being high. So Rewa, Manu Rewa, same thing, Manu was up high, Rewa. And there was a kite flown by Tamapahore, and when it came down in that area, that's how they named it. The Manu Rewa or Tamapahore. Number 4 stepping back now, Piper Radis. Oh, good serve. Put the pressure on, making them second guess about whether they take it or not. tackle. Unfortunately, not able to get to it that time. The centre setter. Down to the libero again. Better set this time. And the set just drifting a little bit too far. But comes out on tops because as it nearly reached the net, the Manurewa player has touched it, but in the process touched the net as well. Good serve. And that one well weighted in just over the top of the hands of those two Poirewa. And some more tips being shared with the players here. Oh, the floating ball, a little bit of left to right on it. Big block on there. And Manurewa making a bit of a comeback now. And giving the ball back. Oh, wonderful work over on the far side for Manurewa. Setting themselves up now with the short. And again, oh, carry. You saw that there from the referee's hand. Number 6 now, Hannah Harper up for the serve. Down the middle she goes. And back in the opposite direction. Wonderful dig there, Kiri. And she's absolutely stoked. Eliza McDonald. And why not be stoked? Because it was a fantastic dig. Kiri to bring that one out from down low. O he rawe te tuku hoki. Nō reira, kei ai at the Poirewa no. Engari, they head off for a quick timeout. Serve there down to the far end. Number 6 with that serve. Harper. All movements around the court. Oh, a little tip over the top. And we'll have a replay ball. That ball from the other court moving onto their playing surface. Harper with the serve, down to the left-hand side, and up, and into the net it goes. So Harper again, looking to, I reckon she'll go down to the left side this time. Oh, she tried to, but not quite ready. Great to see a coach out there giving them plenty of tips for the young ones. Some coming through. Hopefully they got a few young ladies in there that can come back next year. kei a Manurewa te pōro I nai, nei, tuku. Karere mai ki taha matau. Watu atu, te ratu taha. Engari tēnei wā, ka puta te pōro ki waho. Rangiruru, te kau mā whetu. Manurewa, te kau mā rua. Oi tērā, e tuku anei te pōro. O mai. Ko Mila Pita Peti tēnā. Ārawe. Te āta patu I tērā pōro. Nā reira ka taka kei waina nui I ngā kōtiro Rangiruru. Ka whiwhi rātau. Ko tētahi piro. Nā reira kau mā toru kei a Manurewa I nai. Ka tau te pōro kei waina I a Rangiruru. Mai te wāhi kei Murira, ka patua. Auwe ana. Kōtiro o Manurewa nā te mea. Ka patua te pōro ki etahi mea. Kare mātou I te mohio, no reira nā te mea kare mātou I kite. He roa rawa tērā patu. It was very long, that one. There's an emphasizer on that. Roa being long, rawa very long. That one coming in. Yes, they decide to have a go because it was within the bounds of play. That time, strong hit down the middle by the girls. Oh, great effort. Great work there. What we did see was in the background, the corner umpire quickly kicked one of the balls out of the gameplay area, so it wasn't stopped. Rangiruru only needing another 5 points to finish up this second set. And how did they go? That drops in. It takes them to 21. Maggie Ardaj with the serve. Not looking to bring in. No, can't sub too late, unfortunately. Down the middle again. Short set coming in. And wonderfully executed there. New players step into the game. It is number 3, Amelia Watson. Manurewa with the serve. Down the middle, dropping. Blocks coming in, but that one just dipping, and I think due to, I think it must have been a foot or a hand on the net. So the girls from Rangiruru. One of the cool things about commentating over the last couple of days is I've gotten to see a few schools that I've never heard of before, and Rangiruru is one of those. So mihi ana kia koutou, I whakamana I tō koutou kura. A wonderful hit there. Stepping up now with the serving duties. Way at the back there. Picked up by the number 1, McMillan. And with that, takes them within 2 points of finishing off this second set. After this game, New Plymouth girls will take on Trinity Catholic College on this court. That one just heading to the back. 1 point only needed to finish this set for Rangiruru. Down to McDonald. Big dive put in there with a little tap over the top by Lucy Derry. Number 7 there, ball in hand. And that brings us to the conclusion of the second set. E te whānau. Stay with us shortly. We'll have the third set in this match. Back now to finish off the last part of this game. Good work there by quick thinking by the Manurewa High School ladies to just spot that empty space. Serve, any power on it, and they give it back, and coming in at 1,000,000 miles an hour was the number 7 there from Manurewa, Lydia Malanga. That one flying on a little bit long. Oh, wonderful shot there. Did it drop in? Yes, it did. So Manurewa will be stoked with that result. There's Lucy, prepares to serve there, looking down just off the right side of centre. And that shot by Manurewa dropping near the base. And that serve just a floater. It's not with the energy to make it over the net this time. And wonderful shot to bring it back. That is the server there coming forward. A little tip over. What a dive. Well saved. Oh no. Hopefully the young lady is all right there. Young Gloria. It was a long way to come from one side to the other. And as Mila sets up the serve, service now again from Mila into that left hand pocket, and she found the space to go through. Just the angle at which the ball was hit was not quite accurate. On will step Zoe Willis. Two ladies going for that second shot. And a little tap that time, just precise enough to make it over both of the blockers' arms. And number 2 heads off and number 7 comes on. Zara off, Lucy on. Battle of attrition, and unfortunately not able to make it back over after that little tete-a-tete. Maggie now with the first kiri. A wonderful shot there by Georgia. Sure what happened on that occasion, but the ball is heading for Manurewa. 7 apiece. That one straight in to the net this time. Trying to bring it back, unable to this time. The young lady from Manurewa with the long hair to serve now. Down the middle it goes. Set up for that Haukuru on the left hand side. And that one flies long. Manurewa now. Atau ki te mā tira. Patua, mai te rohe kuru, tuku. And again, just those energy levels dropping in our players, just not quite lifting those shots high enough to get over that net this time. So perhaps slight adjustment to just take it a little bit higher than you'd normally do it. There it is. Unfortunately, Angiruru not able to return it on this occasion. Interesting little sidestep serve there by the young lady from Manurewa. A bit of a roll now. That's, I think, 4 points in a row. She'd try a little bit of something different, did Zoe Willis, and unfortunately just fractionally off their time. Down the middle it goes, straight back, and the ball is in. So it's a solid 6 points, I think, now on the serves from this young lady. And unfortunately not able to continue. Zoe there with the serve. Encouragement coming in again from the coach there from Rangirudu. Getting nice and low under that one, Maggie. That one dropping in at the back this time. Maggie again. That serve going the distance this time, and some quick thinking. Manurewa tips it into the right space. Very close to being a good serve. Service coming in there from Lucy. Trying to pop it over at the top. Maybe just a little bit too much weight on that one. And chase on. Yes. Can they return it now? Yes, they can. Can they set it up with putting on some interest on that? Oh, wonderfully done. Can they give it back into a difficult position? Yes. And it's still going, the shorter one. Oh, ladies on the ground, they're still going. And Manurewa winning that extraordinarily long rally. across to the left. And a few more serves to go here. Down the middle it goes. Taken in there by Maggie. Over the top again, trying to return it. And a little tap either way. They set it up. No, both girls went for it exactly the same time. And unfortunately, neither were able to secure it. Oh, with a reach, and she's managed to do it this time. But goes the way of Raniruru. Is that going to land down the right-hand side? Not quite enough on it. Preparing for Raniruru to make the serve. No, Manurewa, sorry. And over and long. Trying to set up. Well done. Another great rally. Who did it tip off that time? Tipped off. Nobody's hands. It went straight out. Try and squeeze in a few more points here before the end. Manurewa winning that one. There you have it, Etefano. 2 sets up and 20 points to 16. Thank you for joining us for this game. Another one coming up right after this break.
Tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I ngā e nei. I raro I ngā waiwai o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te marike kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te MΑORI. Nā reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake I ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I o rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tinu, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tinu, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Nau mai hoki mai anō e hoa maki tēnei kemu. Whamaramatu kia koutou, Napier Girls taking on Trinity Catholic College. And out of the gate, look at the exhilaration on the face of the number 9 there. Stoked that that ball dropped below the net. And over to that left-hand side with the short pop over the top. And still in the action. Holding up there. Multiple hits, I think is the call. And coach steps in for a quick word. And just going through our team list for this game. From New Plymouth Girls, we have Taylor Mitchell, Sean Shabasco, Lucy Swan, Caitlin Luke Mayon, Charlotte Gladding, Zoe Kemp, Emma Hale, Holly Mariner, Hazel McLeod and Yvette No. And now looking to the Trinity team, we have Niam Higgins, Billy Fraser, Molly Kirk, Paige Clark, Chelsea Jarvie, Maddie Newsom, Harper Bannister, Harper Clark and Fiel Ryan. And our coaches are from New Plymouth Girls, Tanya Lindsay and Scott Mooney. Oh, good call there. And managing to get it back. And wonderful shot there, but also equally brilliant block over the head. And that drops in on this left-hand side. And coach of Trinity Catholic College is Vanessa Clark, is the manager, and your Sefo is the coach. Oh, that's an interesting setup. All of them in the middle like that. Haven't seen that one before. And that goes long. And so New Plymouth Girls High School advancing their lead by 3. Flying now down to the centre of court. Once again for the whānau from New Plymouth Girls. If you want to send through any shout outs, you can do that by sending it through to Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram. And I can chuck those shout outs out to the whānau watching at home. Napier Girls now with the serve up high on the forearms. Unable to bring it back this time. Down the middle, 2 girls going for it. And yes, they managed to get it back. And straight down the middle, that one flies. Levetti No with a big play there. Beautiful serve there. Popping over to the far side there. Oh, wonderful attempt at a block there. Oh, rolls it over the top. Anyone at home? Yes. Oh, tried the tip over. This is one of the longest rallies I have seen today. And which way does it go? Comes to the Trinity Catholic College team that time. And for the serve we have Harper Bannister. Oh, wonderfully found that ball that time. And over to the far left to the number 15 from Trinity Catholic School. Finding the open pasture, so they say. And into the action. Pop over the top there. Just a small one. Ka tau te pōro ki te kokona. Kei Trinity, te pōro anō, ki te tuku. Ka rere o he rawe te ruku a te kōtiro rā. I nai nei, ka tau ki roto rā. Tino hariko ana rātau, te tīma o Trinity. And he paku wā, e tū, wā tū I nai nei. Ka tai mai anō ngā tima. Ki runga I te kōti tākaro. Waru ki te whetū, te tauranga I nai nei. O he ringa tere. Engari, kāre I whakahoki I te pōro I tērā wā. Kia whakaritea anō ngā kōtiro o Trinity. Te whakahoki te pōro kia ngā tamawahine o ngā motu. And ngā motu with the points there. Koe rā te ingoa Māori o New Plymouth, ngā motu. And moving the ball around quickly, not sure what happened there. They just stopped playing, whether it was someone rolled an ankle or something. 10 points to 8 though, still a close game. Oh, wonderful find there, very much unexpected. And a couple of subs come into the game. A couple of fresh legs. Number 6 and number 9 there. Charlotte Gladding and Holly Mariner. There's not much room for error there on that left-hand side. So they're going to have to try their best to try and redirect those shots. Yeah, interesting little maneuver there by the New Plymouth girls. As they went to serve, they crossed behind that front person, creating a little bit of uncertainty, I suppose, as to which way they're going to go. Let's watch it again. Looks like they're going to have a little dance. And serve comes down the middle. They cross. Maybe to keep in two minds where to set up that haukuru spike. And Trinity again, get the tuku. And coming down the middle, kei Wainga Nui, tai mai a te nama whetu, Paige Clark, me te Waimari e, tōna patu, kei Wainga Nui, I a ngā motu. Oh, there's bodies all over the show there. Unable to return it on that occasion. And they decide to let that go. Mochi now. Oh, massive effort there on the haukuru. And that one drifts out ki te taha matau. Ki waho, ki te taha matau. Ko tain mai. Te wahine hau ki runga I te kōti tākaro. Ko Niam Higgins tērā. Number 4 now. Caitlin Luke-Mayen with the serve. And they're just happy to get it back as they set up for some attacking. Plan that didn't quite go to plan. Dropped down into the defenders. And so Trinity now wanted to close up this gap. Over the blockers' heads, Ngā Kai Ārai. And again, it's like they've run out of energy to slam it. No, there it is. And Ngā Motu there with the point. He wahine hou, anō, ko tau mai, Billy Fraser tēnei. Tau mai ki runga I te papatakaro. Caitlin anō tēnā. Engari, ka rere whakawaho te pōro I tērā wā. I reckon she's going to go to the right here. And great serve starting with by Paige. And there she goes. Oh, that's a long way outside. Did it go outside the antenna or the puhihi mā tira tira? And it did indeed. And the cheers coming in. Mihi atu ki ngā kai tautoko. Kia Anchor, kia Baileys, kia te University o Otago, ko Nativa, Caltex, Apollo Projects, me whakaata Māori. Rātou nā kamapuni, I utua, I aku mahi, no reira, mihi atu kia rātou. There's hundreds of hours of volleyball now available. All of those young ladies can go home, find that and have that as a memento of their time with their fellow athletes. And Page having another crack at it again here. And absolutely, shout out to the Lim family watching Holly Mariner. Kia ora, Kieran, mihi atu kia koe. Always good to get some feedback about the game and how it's going. Good to have your company. Hope you're enjoying the game thus far. It's been a massive 4 days so far for all of these young women and men participating in the tournament. Pairing the serve now. Down the middle that goes and drifting to the right. And Waputa Kiwaho. And it's coming to the end of this first set. Not too long to go, and it's very neck and neck, I tell you. No one has pushed further than probably 3 points this time. And the captain runs over and asks the question. Emma Hale, I think it was, number 8. Over to the centre. There's not much attack on that ball at the moment. Almost gone into just try not to make too many mistakes. And just as I say that, the young lady from New Plymouth, from Ngāmotu, Hazel McLeod, gives it a good old whacking, and Trinity College not able to handle it that time. Ngāmotu now with the serve. And I have never seen such excitement when the other team has misserved. But hey, teams need to do what they need to do to keep the energy up. Understandable, absolutely. Down, just off centre to the right. And there's that young lady, Hazel McLeod, the one that was the points winner last time. And I think they asked the question, was it touched by the opposition? And the umpire agreed. So Hazel now with the opportunity to score some points for her team off the serve, and she is successful. It's that serve just dipping over, just slipping over the net, Te Matira. And coach calls a quick timeout. Bring the girls together and have a bit of a corridor. Strengthen their resolve with 2 points only needed. Service now down the middle, received, no problems. by Page. Over to that right side, and great shot there, but an equally great block coming in from the Trinity young Wahine. And floating long, and they drops in. The excitement. Coach coming in for a good bit of tips or two. She tries to repeat it and not able to this time. It was beautifully weighted, that last one. And timeout called with 1 point to go. And in comes the serve, down to that left side. Well received there by Page. And she batters it back with plenty on it. Coming over to Page, she looks at the back. Did it drop? And indeed did. So a well-balanced shot. Finding the mark. And that is just what they needed. Now what the opportunity is Chelsea Jarvie. Over and it goes. Oh, impressive. And there we have it, Aotearoa. No, we don't have it, Aotearoa, because it's 24-all now. One team has to win by 2. Down the middle it goes. A little bit high. And they've given it back. Plenty of time to set something up here for the Trinity Girls. And they will take 1 point advantage. They still need one more. Wow. The excitement levels are up there with the wind speeds at the moment, especially in Auckland. And up and over. They'll be wanting a good return here. And unfortunately that one just falling outside. So Ngāmotu now with a chance to try and place that ball into a difficult position to make it hard. And she's going to want to not repeat that serve again. But that is life. And they'll work their hardest to try and level up those scores again. And well received, set nicely. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that one was close to going out. And can they do it? Trinity College takes that one. First set. Be back with more action after this timeout.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Back in the action now. Trinity with that close win of the first set. They'll be coming out wanting some revenge, I guess, the Ngāmotu Wahine. Yeah, there's a new zest of energy from both teams. Compared to the games before this, there's definitely new hype in the whare. Oh, coming from way outside there and across. Oh, beautiful work all around the court. Set themselves up. Stretched there by the number 10. And absolutely exhilarated. The young ladies there from Trinity Catholic College. As they prepare to serve for the third point here in the second set. That one drifts out to the left. Even though some of these teams might head off after this competition not having become the champions, some of these bonds playing together create lifelong friendships. And that is, I feel, one of the main ingredients for sport these days, creating fellowship amongst the players and their competitors. So congratulations to all of the teams that have competed at this competition. And now back to the action. It also teaches tenacity to never give up even when you're down. As they say, what goes up must come down. And I'm not sure how that is relevant in sport. Service now from Ngāmotu. And that one going a little bit too long that time. Harper Bannister with a big smile on the dial. Not letting that little hupper, little mistake, get to her. As it shouldn't. And that one, a little bit of an eagle that time. Straight through the fingers onto the mahunga, to the head there. is what it seemed. It's totally acceptable. You can hit it with your head in volleyball. And with your feet. Too much control with those types of shots though. Good serve down that left-hand side. And from beyond that midway line, they make the shot. And it was a good one too. Coach stepping in there to give some guidance. Ngāmotu now. Every time she turns around, Maddie Newson with a big smile in her dial when those... And there she is having fun out on the court there. Good to see. A couple of new players now stepping onto the court for Ngāmotu. That's number 4. And number 13, I think it is. Iveti No. Lucy Swan. Aotearoa, that's number 4. Caitlin. Luke Mayen. It's a cool name, last name, Luke Mayen. Know where that name originates from? Let us know. Be cool to learn. And that one drifting off to the left-hand side this time. Smiling assassin Maddie Newson coming in now. See what she can produce. Oh, wonderful serve, dipping there. And that one coming off the hands. Did it touch a hand? No, it didn't. Iveti giving it a shot, looking for the open space. Not finding it this time. Maddie again. Oh, wonderful race there to find that one. Oh, seemingly, have they managed to get it back? Oh my goodness, they have indeed. I would not have thought it possible. But here we are, still playing the rally. Blockers going up. What have we got installed here? And still, again they thought, no, they won't return this. And then they come back again. This time, oh, this is a chance now. Oh, beautiful work. Going to that number 13 again. When's it going to stop? There she is. Jumping for joy. Like it's June or July. To that left-hand side again, and Caitlin really running for that one, pushing it over, and Caitlin setting here to that far right with Iveti. Now from the right to the left, all the way across to the other side. There seems to be no empty space, and it's through just little mistakes. Little hupper like that one, but I feel like the energy is much higher in this game than it was in the last game that we viewed, and that was with Trinity College. So great to see them come out here with some refreshed energy. Whatever was said in between has done its job and uplifted the girls, so good to see. Emma Hale now with ball in hand. Whakarite ana ia ki te tuku, ana. He tuku pai tēnā. Nā te mea, i te wā ka patu ngā wahine o Trinity, ka puta te poro ki waho, nā te kaha o tōna tuku. Ka mahi anō. Oh, wonderful little stroke down the middle. And excellent work there by Hazel McLeod that time. Just trying with a little push over that right. And the tip from Trinity going over the sideline. Oh, good work to race and find that again. Now Ngāmotu with a chance here to put something, and that's exactly what they do. And we've seen it time and time again in this competition. When the ball is returned with not too much stress on it, not too much pressure on it, gives that team time to set itself up to attack. And the decision was made to let that one fly. And coaches called timeout. 13 points to 8. 5 points to lead. Back in a jiffy at Te Whānau. That ball there not quite making it back over for the Trinity College girls. Getting nice and low ki te keri I te raporo. Oh, great shot again. Hazel McLeod, she's certainly had an impact since she's come into the game. 3 times we've mentioned. So keep feeding Hazel. Would be a wise idea for the Ngāmotu girls. That is exactly what they do. But Trinity have switched on to that one. Not sure what the call was there. Oh, still in. Well done. They'll probably set up there again. Yes, they do. And again, she comes away with what's needed, which is points on the board. 8 points the difference now. And without a doubt, Ngāmotu needing to get quick points on the board. Oh, wonderfully played there. Nine plays 17. Oh, he rawe te patu. Ka tau ki roto I te wahi tākaro. Nā kāre kore. Ka tū anō te kaiako. Te whakaako I a rātau. Tōna tīma. O he patunga roa tēnā. Ka rere whakawaho. Tau kei Wainganui. He rawe te haukuru. Tērā wā. And this time, they come up with the goods again. The young lady Hazel McLeod. And they're going to want maybe put another blocker over to that side to combat the dominance she has had in the last few plays. Opportunity here now for Trinity to set themselves up. And they get the points this time. In comes the smiling assassin, Maddie Newson again. And no doubt if they get a serve here, she'll be jumping for joy. Oh, wonderful block there by Maddie. Can they bring it back? Yes. No, they can't. And there she is jumping. Player there about to jump on from Trinity, but stopping to pause. Wonderful serve there by Higgins. And they call a nice big loud out. This is what they needed here, Trinity. A little bit of a turnaround. And timeout called. And there they are, celebrating. Going down to the far end in the middle. An easy send of that ball to the opposition. So lucky it's come back through the Manga Hapa Trinity College tērā. Oh, dropping in as it needed to. Looking for the long ball, making it a little bit harder to set up something well done on the Kiri there, the dig. And this time the block coming in on Chelsea Jarvie. Great effort shown there by the Trinity defence. Over and goes to the middle. Not really setting themselves up too well with a striking shot there. They'll repair again. And that one going cross court. Able to bring it back. And getting her hands up that time. Young Maddie, the number 9 there. Well done. Beautifully executed there. But equally, they were able to shut that one down. Oh, lovely tap over the top. Who else? The smiling young lady from Trinity College. Down the middle again, and hard to deal with that one. And that is drawn up the scoreboard. And understandably, timeout has been called. With the service now from Molly Kirk. Oh, just a moment of miscommunication there, unfortunately. It's going to one player and the other one was just trying to help. Hopefully they can figure that little misstep out for this next play. That one going straight onto their right-hand side. Who's going up? Not really an attacking shot on it there. That time a positive shot, and it drops. And it's a bit of a comeback story because they were down by around about 5 points there. And here's the excitement here, Tefano. Well, it's been a massive 4 days of watching plenty of Poirewa. It's been my pleasure to bring you the commentary over these days. This is my last day today. So thank you very much to the listeners and viewers at home for joining us and making this one of the most successful volleyball tournaments viewership-wise that has ever happened, and that's due to the support of our sponsors like Caltex, Nativa, University of Otago, Bailey's, Apollo Projects, and Anchor and Whakata Māori. So without their tautoko, we wouldn't have been able to bring you all of these games over all of these days, and it'd be appreciated if you keep on supporting these kaupapa by watching them, sharing them with your whānau, so that we can keep bringing them to you. And over again. Oh, absolutely ecstatic. And they know why. Because it has been a hard-fought battle to get back here. Now, Napier girls, on the other hand, they know they need to make this next point, to not put so much pressure on themselves, to not make a mistake. Here we are. And good effort there by Zoe Kemp to give her best in putting that one over. How do they deal with this pressure? And wonderfully touched over the top there. Absolutely doing the mahi essential to bring her team back into it. That was, I wasn't sure if it was Kemp or Hale that time. But they're going to set themselves up in the middle there, long as the serve goes in, and it has done. They can't sit feeling too relaxed. They're bringing a new substitution. There will be probably not too long to go on this game. Ngā mihi ki ngā kaimahi. And there we have it, Te whānau. Trinity Catholic College taking the second set. Absolutely ecstatic about it. I want to give a massive mihi to the people behind the scenes, technical people out on the courts, in control rooms, making sure that all these pitches get out to our whānau so they're able to view. It's been an absolute massive couple of days, and I'm sure when these girls get home from this trip, they'll have plenty to tell their whānau. And they'll come home and the parents will say, how's your trip? And the answer will be, yeah, it was all right. Which is always the case. Well, anyway, that's what I get when my sons get home. I don't know if it's the same with daughters, but that's what we get. They come home, how was your trip? Even though it was, might have been the most amazing trip of their life, they'll get, oh yeah, it was all right. So sometimes you got to delve a little bit deeper in the question line. Open-ended questions. Anyway, getting back to the volleyball, there's been some great games witnessed. And certainly on my end of the mahi, we have our days when sometimes the games are super exciting, and sometimes, when one team gets ahead, it's hard for the opposition to stay motivated. But there you have it, Te whānau. End of the day for this commentator. My name has been Ethan Smith. It's been a pleasure bringing this coverage to you. Everyone, have a great rest of the evening, and we'll see you again next time. Hei kona rā e te whānau, kia whakairihia te tapu, kia wāte ai te ara, kia tūruki whakatahai, kia tūruki whakatahai, haumi e, hui e, tāiki e.
Tai tēnei ki te kotahi rau tau I nā e nei. I raro I ngā wāwai o ngā tikanga Pākehā. E tahi o tātou te marike kei kona e noho tūpuhia I roto I tēnei aho te MΑORI. Nā reira, he mea huatu tēnei ki a rāta. Hei kura, hei tiki mō rātou, hei whai ake I ngā kahura. Hei whai atu I o rātou hia, ke mōhia I rātou ko wai rātou.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, Establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Te hui ngā te tini, me te mana, kaupapa ahuri. Whakapiripiri mai, whakatatatata mai rā. ASB Polyfest 2026, ki Māori Plus, me whakaata Māori.
What makes Bailey's altogether better? It's the energy we bring to every home, every commercial property, every investment, every development, and every farm. Because when the energy is right, you can feel it. Bailey's, altogether better.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Pumped at Caltex? Scan your Caltex app or AirPoints for 6 cents off per litre every day. And you can show your Super Gold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.